the Eureka program. The classes are live. Okay, so what's the difference between the Great Solution Eureka program and the affiliated websites like Writing Samurai, Jimmy Math, Science Fu, Science of Studying, which it teaches Chem and Bio. Writing Samurai, Jimmy Math, Science Fu, we do pre-recorded courses, okay? Why is it pre-recorded? Because these websites were started in about 2016 to 2018, before Zoom was invented, before the pandemic. And at that period of time, a lot of parents preferred recorded classes because live lessons or live webinars like this was a little bit weird for parents and students. So in a bid to help the students who stay too far from our branches or tuition centers, we created recorded courses to let people who stay too far away still learn our strategies. Okay, but ever since the pandemic came in 2020, everybody is more comfortable with live Zoom classes. Okay, Science of Studying is started by one of our ex-teachers. She is teacher Valerie. She is teaching Chem and Bio over here. Okay, so if you got older kids who need help with Chem and Bio, go and check out scienceofstudying.com. Lots of free materials there as well. Now, the pictures you see over here are from our physical branches. We used to have about 4 branches, but we decided to close all the branches and just shift online permanently. Why is that so? Because our class sizes have grown too large, so we cannot accommodate so many time slots and so many students in the physical center anymore. So we tried to do hybrid and all that. In the end, I just made the decision to just close all the branches and just move online. And we've been online ever since. Okay, so the pictures over here just look nice. So I just put it over here. All right, so today, right, how to get the most out of today. Please commit to stay to the end. We have special bonuses to give away at the end. All right, so anybody, like any kids in the audience? Any kids in the audience? Yeah, this webinar is more for parents lah. So if the parent is not watching and then the kid is watching, right, the kid may not benefit from it, because the methods I'm sharing with you is for the parent to impart to the child and for the parent to understand how to steer the child in the right learning direction. Okay, and be 100% focused and present. Every time I do the webinar, right, the parent will always say, "Can you go back a few slides? Can you go back a few slides?" No. Okay, there are more than hundreds of people present in the attendance, and I don't want to go back a few slides just for one parent. So you snooze, you lose. So be 100% focused and present. If you need something, go and get your spouse or your helper to help you out. Okay, and chat settings, please change to public. Public meaning you look at your chat function, right? There's a blue button that says to host and panelists. You can select that and click to everyone. Okay, so just to test, to make sure that everyone has changed the chat settings to public, type Eureka in the chat box, and then Li Jing, you can take note of, you can tell those parents whose chat settings are not changed, how to change it. Okay, yeah, you can just type Eureka in the chat box. The reason why I want the chat settings to be changed to public is because later on, I will give you some key points and key details. When I give you key points and key details, I will want you to type them in the chat box. Okay, I want people in the webinar to see the chat box flooded with a keyword or key phrase, and then they, you'll wake up and then like, oh, okay, this is important, I better write it down. Okay, so we do these kind of things in our classes as well to make sure people know what's going on. So if, let's say someone daydreams for a little while, then I say something like skill acquisition, and then everyone repeats skill acquisition. The person who was daydreaming. Give away prizes. Okay, we're gonna give away prizes. So the most positive, most participative person in the chat box will get a free prize. Okay, there's a live Q&A at the end. Please post your questions in the Q&A section, because the chat box will get very messy. I guarantee you the chat box will get very messy. So any questions, please put in the Q&A function. Sometimes certain people come in and then they ask requests for things that are not in our scope of our webinar scope today. They'll say things like, hey, can you cover closed passage? Can you cover Chinese? Can you cover this and that? Which is not part of the program. So I don't want you all to get distracted by such requests in the chat box. So any questions, please put in the Q&A section. Next thing is, this is a free program. This is a free webinar. And when things are free, right, sometimes there are troublemakers, sometimes there are trolls, sometimes there are pranksters who will come in and then they'll cause trouble. Some more like, everybody is so-called anonymous. Nobody is showing their faces. So sometimes once in a while you get kids or troublemakers coming in to cause trouble, or negative people coming in to scold me or scold everyone. So when such negative people or such negative trolls appear, right, Li Jing and I will just remove them straight away. There will be no second choices, okay? No second chances. Any kids in the audience? If there are any kids in the audience, type me in the chat box. Any kids in the audience, type me in the chat box. No kids, yeah, kids. Okay, so kids, pay attention, like Ryan and all the other kids who are hiding, Dian also. Later on, you get very excited. You know, I tell stories, I tell jokes. Sometimes the kids get super excited and super hyper, they start spamming. Again, we have no second chance. The moment you spam, we remove you already. So if I tell you to repeat a word after me, you just type once only. Okay, kids? So don't get too, you're going to get very excited. But remember, no spamming, please. If not, we'll remove you. Okay, so I want you to participate, but I don't want you to spam. So most positive and most participative student or parent will get access to this creative writing crash course worth $200. Inside this crash course, there will be lots of videos, notes, assignments, notes, and 4 combo tests for you to submit. Okay, we will mark the combo test review for you in very meticulous detail. So if you're interested in winning this prize, type wow in the chat box. Okay, if you're interested in winning this for your child or for yourself, type wow in the chat box. W-O-W. Don't type wow, we won't consider you for the prize. Okay, Li Jing, take note of the names. Thank you, Colette. Thank you, Yiling. Thank you, Nawani. Thank you, Kellen. Kellen got a big wow. That's right. That's the spirit. Hang on, let me adjust my air condition settings. Okay, so in case you, wait, how many of you like first time seeing me, like first time hearing my voice, first time attending my lessons, like first time hearing about me? If you are totally new, type new in the chat box. If you're totally new to this, type new in the chat box, okay? Yeah, so I'm Jerry Lee. I'm the director of Great Solution Learning Center, founder of writingsamurai.com. And although you see my face in the emails most of the time, we're actually quite a large company. We serve more than 2,000 enrollments monthly throughout the year. So that's really quite a lot of students. We got about 20 plus teachers, and we are still hiring more because we still have a manpower shortage. Curriculum writing team, we have one whole army of teachers writing curriculum. So although you see my face in the email most of the time, we're actually quite a large team. So we have a large team supporting us. And in fact, the slides and the webinar I'm showing you tonight is created by one of my teachers. Okay, it's created by one of my teachers. What are we famous for? We are famous in the subjects of English, math, science, and recently we just launched Chinese. But if there's time, then I'll talk about all this later on. Okay, but for tonight, we're going to talk about English and creative writing, and we are pretty famous in English and creative writing. In fact, I think Writing Samurai should be one of the most visited English websites in Singapore, according to the statistics, right? And why is that so? Because the methods just keep working again and again, all right? So I need to share some testimonials and case studies so that you know that the method works, all right? This is not like sales talk, right? If I don't share testimonials, people will say, how sure are you that the methods work? So I'm going to bombard with so many testimonials until you believe that the methods really work, and they do, as you will see later on. So this is from one of these, this from Mrs. Tan. 2 daughters went through our courses and methods, and learning our courses and methods. The first daughter got AL1 for her English and composition writing, also I think top in class, went into RGS, and then after that, 2 years later, her younger daughter used the same methods, got the highest in the whole level for compo writing during P6 prelims, okay? These are all the students who improve. There are actually more. I can't fit onto the page. You can go and look at the Google reviews. Maybe I show you what is possible. This boy, Nicholas, from fail marks, jumped to 35 using the Writing Samurai method, which I'll teach you tonight. So please get ready to take notes because I want to see more Nicholas-like case studies. 19 jumped to 35, and then for PSLE, he got AL1. Rishana, 26, jumped to 37, and then for prelims, P6 prelims, she got 39 upon 40. That's almost full marks. Alyssa, within less than 3 months, from 20, jumped to 32. So these improvements are very, 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 very fast, okay? This case study I want to share with you is my favorite case study for the year 2023. I thought this boy called Elijah. He's one of the students. He's the younger brother of a student I taught before. And as you can see, yeah, I'm sure my brother gave you quite a headache. Quite true, the brother did give me quite a headache when I was teaching him. Okay, so Enoch, right, the older brother, was a very fast learner. So he got to AL2 very quickly. I wasn't very stressed out that he won't get good results. So he got good results. I think he went to Hwa Chong. Yeah, very good school, got very good results. So the older brother, I wasn't worried. But the younger brother, Elijah, came in with AL5. Okay, he came in with AL5, and his English marks were very terrible. Hey, how many of you come from English-speaking families? How many of you speak English at home? Type me in the chat box. How many of you, your family, speak English at home? Type me in the chat box. Main mode of communication. Both. Good, good to be bilingual. Don't be like me, I only can speak English. Yeah. Super worried for my son's Chinese, man. I think I need to send my son to our Chinese teachers at Great Solution next time. Okay, English-speaking families. Okay, so the Zhang family, if I'm not wrong, they are from PRC China. Okay, so the mode of communication in the families, I think, is Chinese, right? Certain things you can tell, like prepositions can't use properly, subject-verb agreement, always struggling. And it was really quite a struggle to teach him. So when he came in, it was at AL5, but I did tell him one thing. Okay, he did tell me, Mr. Jerry, my brother keep making fun of me. He keep calling me stupid whenever I get my grades. He keep laughing at my grades. Then I said, okay, we're going to show your brother wrong. Okay, we're going to prove your brother wrong. I'm going to share with you this. I'm going to teach you these strategies so that you can get AL2 or AL1, and then your brother can shut up. Okay, we're going to shut your brother up. I told him that. All right, and true enough, PSLE results release. He got AL2. So quite amazing, right? From AL5 jump to AL2. So if you're from an English-speaking family, you got no excuse after tonight, after what I share with you. Later on, I'll share with you one more case study. Malaysian family, Chinese speaking also. All right. So if you think like Elijah's case study was pretty amazing, type wow in the chat box. Yeah. So this one took some hard work, but you achieved it. AL5 is like 60 plus, you know. AL2 is like 86, 87, 88 right? Almost 91. Crazy. It's like from 50, 60 marks jump until nearly AL1. Crazy stuff. Now the brother keep quiet already. Okay, so don't worry, I'll share with you all this stuff tonight. Okay, so how did your child feel after the last English exam last year? November, October. How did your child feel after the English exam? If your child feel disappointed, type disappointed. If your child don't really care, you can type bochap in the chat box, BOCHAP. If your child feels like satisfied, you can type satisfied. Okay, all right. Felt okay, nonchalant. Most kids don't really care. Most kids don't really care. They don't realize that if they get, if they don't get such good marks, right, their secondary school life will be affected. P2, no exams. Felt sad. No exams. So relax. Jingxi, what level are you in, Jingxi? So relaxed. Yeah, bochap is the word, right? Most of the parents I talk to, the kids are bochap one. Now, of course, the parents are not that bochap, right? We are parents for a reason. How many of you are satisfied with your child's grade? If you're satisfied, type satisfied. If you think can do better, type can do better in the chat box. If not satisfied, not satisfied. Disappointed, type disappointed. How many of you are satisfied with your child's grade? Okay. If you think satisfied but can do better, type satisfied but can do better. Yeah. Okay. Can do much better. Thank you, RG. Thank you, HC. Thank you, Winston. Thank you, City. Yeah, Yiling. Satisfied, but yeah, can do better. Can improve a bit, right? Okay. All right. So how many of you think that your child has the potential to improve? If you think your child has potential waiting to be unlocked, type potential in the chat box. Serious question. If you think your child has potential within them, waiting to be unlocked, you think they can go further than what they're doing, type potential in the chat box. I know you are satisfied, but I've taught so many students, and even people like Elijah, the potential is there, all right. If not, how he get AL2? The potential is always there. Then how come he, if the potential is not there, he will still get AL5 or PSLE. Okay, so we've seen a lot of kids like this. So I tell you, kids' brains are very malleable. The kids' brain is so powerful. They're learning so much, they're growing so much, and you'll be surprised after like a few months or maybe even 1 year or maybe if you look at a span of years, how much their brain has grown, how much they have become, how much smarter they have become, how much wiser they have become. It's pretty amazing. Okay, so why is this a problem to solve now and not later? Okay, why you should, take note of the stuff I'm teaching you in the webinar today. And seriously, good job to you parents. You can pat yourself on the back for attending this webinar because you know why? The most attendance when will I have the most attendance in the webinar? You all make a guess. Which month will I have the most attendance? Make a guess. Which month? Yes. No. See, October a little bit late. It's the September, correct, Navashri? Correct. September webinar is like packed on. And it is very painful to see. I will look at the parents coming in and I'm like, where have you been all my life? Where have you been all year? Because a lot of them, right, are the PSLE parents, and there's only 1 month left. Okay, they are looking for some magic formula to help their child improve within 1 month. But here's the truth. Anybody who ever learned anything know that improvement takes time. Do you Mozart or like Jay Chou? No, right. Or even in front of school. Cannot, right? Yeah. You think within 1 month your child mastered the swimming strokes already? Maybe won't drown, right? But he probably wouldn't be a superstar swimmer anytime soon. Okay, so improvements take time. Okay, we don't expect the same for their enrichment courses like piano, swimming, or whatever other courses, robotics. Then why do we expect that for results, right? It doesn't make sense. By the way, in case you don't know, right? I don't just run the company, right? I also do some teaching myself. So I've been teaching for 11 coming to 12 years. And I can tell you every year is the same one. The last minute people, they will come swarming in September. And until now, I still feel heart pain when I see them. I thought I'll be used to it already, but sometimes I really kicks in, ayo, heart pain, ayo. If this kid just joined slightly earlier, right? Maybe I can push him to AL2, like what Elijah, like the boy Elijah. He joined in December. He joined in December, January. Okay, lots of time to push to AL2, you come in 1 month, expect to jump. Okay, so within 3 to 5 months, you will see some improvements. You will see compo writing from fail, maybe jump to 15 to 16 marks if you are P3, P4. For P5, P6, maybe from low 20s can jump to 30 plus in about 3 months or maybe 5 months. Some students maybe jump in 1 month. Later, I'll share with you the secret tactics that help some of the students jump in 1 month. This one I'm not talking rubbish. And for English, right? English is a bit more technical. English, you want to jump from 60 to 70 plus, maybe need about 3 months or slightly longer. Okay, depending on how hardworking the child is, depending on how attentive the child is, depending on how engaged the child is. The methods I'm sharing with you tonight used by Great Solution Learning Center in the all-in-one Eureka program comes from the writing samurai methods for English and creative writing. So tonight, for the English portion, I'll be talking about comprehension. Okay, more improvements, but I'm not going to talk anymore. This one, yeah, all these improvements, all the online students also. AL1, okay, this one also, Yin-Wen. I just wanted to say, I thought Yin-Wen and his cousin both got AL1. Yeah, so pretty awesome. The methods keep working, not just for siblings, but cousins and friends and neighbors as well. Okay, so let's work backward first, all right? To even know why we want our child to learn all this, we must start with the eventual goal or the eventual outcome that we are looking for, right? So why is it important that our child must do well in English? Why is it important our child must do well in writing? Why? Let me know in the chat box. MOE said leave it to the teachers. You believe? You all believe that statement? Go, you believe that statement? Yeah, this one, politically correct parents, that statement. Why is it important to do well for English? If your parents are not here, then let me know, kids. Why do you think it's important to do well for English? Thank you, Winston. English is the main global subject. I don't think it is anytime. I don't think it's going to change to anytime soon. I don't think we'll be Chinese speaking or Tamil speaking anytime soon. Yeah, it's still the main global language. Yeah, it's a main form of communication. All right. And think about it, right? Anymore. Other than it being the main subject, give me more reasons why English is super important. Okay. Yeah, math and science also in English. All right. Main way to write. Thank you, Levy. Main written communications. Jigo, please type to everyone. I want everyone to see Jigo's answer. All right. Please share with everyone, Jigo. Yeah, while she's sharing, right? Yeah, Siu, this is the honest truth, right? Don't need to give the sweating emoji. Get good grades, get into a better school. Because we know one, right? All of us went to secondary school before, right? It's really formative years, right? Yeah. If I went to some Taikia gangster school, I probably wouldn't be standing here speaking to you today. Yeah. I don't know where I'll be. Yeah. You get what I mean? Like, get into a good school, the environment is very important. Yeah. Yeah, so Jigo was saying it's very important to be a good communicator. I want to stress on this point again. We are all working adults, and I was in the corporate world before. How many of you, like, in the corporate world, realize that the promotions, the opportunities go to those people who speak very well, articulate very well, communicate very well. If you can relate with that type, can relate in the chat box. You can have two people, one person may be very technically sound in the job, but if one person is a better communicator, the better communicator will tend to get opportunities like 80 to 90% of the time. I feel. Don't you agree? So English, being good, being well-versed in a language is super, super, super important. Being well-versed in a language. Yeah. Folks who write awesome emails get promoted. Okay, I don't. Is that true in your company, Levy? Yeah, but can relate. Qingxi, you can relate what? You haven't even gone to work yet, Qingxi. I like this girl. She's talking like she's in the corporate world already. So wise, this little girl. All right, anyway, good job, Qingxi. You're very mature for your age already. Okay, so what I want you to learn after this webinar, yeah? I want you to know the difference between effective practice versus blind practice, okay? So everybody type effective in the chat box. You need to know the difference between effective and blind. And I'm sad to say, I'm gonna say some harsh truths. A lot of you are probably gonna be guilty of doing blind practice, okay? Don't need to feel bad. Don't need to feel bad because you are not teachers. You are not like technically trained teachers. So I don't expect you all to know any better. That's why this webinar is held to speak to as many parents as possible. Okay, so, and one thing, the kids will improve, right? The parents understand how to steer the child in the right direction. So it's not like, oh, my methods are the best. No. But this webinar is important because once the parent understand, okay, and then they can make the right decisions for their child, okay, and give them the right practice, right effective practice for the child. So you'll know the difference between these two. Now, the strategies I'm going to share with you are simple. I'm not going to share with you the super advanced strategies. That one maybe need like multiple lessons. And I only share advanced strategies with students because why? They are the ones taking the exams. And if it's too advanced, you also can't teach your child. So the strategies are simple and really can boost marks in a short period of time. Okay, this one I guarantee you. And after this webinar, you will learn how to steer your child's learning in the right direction. You will know how to spot what is rubbish teaching versus what is effective teaching. You'll learn how to spot what is rubbish practice and effective practice. Okay? So first thing I want you to realize, exam papers, do as many as you can. Compositions, write as many as you can. And then as parents, we expect our kids' marks to improve. But honestly speaking, how significant do you think the marks jumps will be with this method? This is the typical strategy employed not just by parents, so don't feel bad. It's employed by many tuition teachers. It's sometimes employed by teachers as well, school teachers as well. Past papers, just do as many as you can. Compositions, write as many as you can. Okay, how many of you like guilty of doing this type guilty in the chat box? Don't need to feel so bad. Just need you to be more self-aware and like come to terms with these methods. And I can tell you, they don't really work. Now, all those testimonials I showed earlier, right? It's not just to show off. I just want to prove a point. You know the Great Solution students with all the big mark jumps that you see just now within 3 months? Guess how many compos we do per month? Type in the chat box. Guess how many compos we do per month? Hey, current students, keep quiet. Don't spoil the fun. 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 4. We only do 1 compo a month. 1, Okay, write down your notes. 1. So all those crazy results you see, right? The Lisa girl who jumped from 20 to 32 wrote 3 compos. We do something else. It's not just come to lesson, hee hee ha ha, and then forget all the stuff. No, we do other things, and we don't write compos. Later I'll explain to you why. A lot of you cannot believe this Jerry over here talking rubbish. No. Later I'll show you what we do instead. Of course. Papers, right? A lot of centers, a lot of tutors like to just keep printing out partial papers, do. How many exam papers do you think we do at Great Solution? Per month? Okay, actually the answer is 0 because not a fair question. We use our own materials, okay? We use our own materials, and the materials are constructed in such a way where the learning is scaffolded, where whatever the kids learn can improve in all the segments, and it can get quite technical. All the must-know knowledge that they need to have for PSLE, we will teach them in the lesson. So the past year exam papers, we tell them you want to do, you can download on your own and do. I'm saying it's not very necessary. Just do our materials can read. Instead, I will share with you one of the secret strategies that we use for comprehension. Okay, so later I'll show you some of the English marks. Quite crazy on the jumps from a lot of those Elijah cases. Okay, so I can tell you we've been doing this for years and years and years. Blindly practicing of past year exam papers doesn't work. Why does it not work? Because this is the processor. Okay, tell me whether this is a small eureka moment for you. It's very obvious, but sometimes you need someone to point it out. Your child gets a question wrong. Your child does the corrections. In the next paper, different question, testing a similar skill, comes out again, your child gets it wrong again. And then you do another paper, different question, but test a similar skill, wrong again. How many of you experienced this before? Type me in the chat box. Whether is it math or science or English. Math also the same thing. They change apples to bananas, change pears to mangosteen or something, and then your child get it wrong again. Then you're like, oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? And in English is the same as well. Yeah, Johnny, they changed to Uncle Tan. Painting, they changed to bicycle, but they're still testing the same thing. Okay, they're testing what? Interchanging word forms, they're testing the past tense, past perfect tense. They're still testing the same thing. It's just the names different only, the objects are different, the scenario is different. It's the same thing. And comprehension questions, you think comprehension questions are different? Do you think comprehension questions are different, the 10 questions? Do you think there are different questions all the time? The questions are different, but I tell you, the skills tested are always the same, okay? Now, if you just keep blindly practicing past year papers and doing corrections, okay, you are just missing the mark. You're just missing the mark. So what does your child actually need if past year papers and all this, brute force practice is not the answer? What does your child actually need? This is a very important point. Make a guess. What word should I put over here? Don't say tuition. Tuition is not the answer. What does your child need? Concepts, strategy. Thank you, Jigo. Skills. Everybody type skills in the chat box. Type skills in the chat box. This is a very, very important concept. Okay. Type of skills. Do you know what skills each question tests? Try to put in the chat box. What skills do the questions test? Don't say answering skills. It's too generic. What skills do the understanding? That's one. Analytical. That's another one. Grammar a little bit. 5W1H is not a skill. Reading skills. Yes, that's one. Comprehension skill is like generic, right? We need something more specific. No, not concept. Concept, that one's for science and math. Analytical skills, yeah, that's attentive skill, not really, that's just more like reading skills. Synthesis, yes, that is tested, HC, very good. Okay, other skills are tested. Okay, you all didn't say the skills that I'm looking for. Tonight you all will learn that. Okay, the skills tested will remain the same. Closed passage also, there's a series of skills that your child can learn. Synthesis and transformation also, there's a series of skills that you can learn. All right, summary skills, no, that one is for secondary school, Crystal, but good guess. Now, when we approach learning as skills acquisition, if we see learning as acquiring skills, right, then our decisions, the decisions we make, and the way we steer our child's future and success becomes different. Because you know why or not? Right now, most parents, teachers, tutors, okay, are using memorizing as the main mode of learning. It is not the same. Memorizing and skills are not the same. Now, if I teach you how to ride a bicycle, okay, if I teach you how to ride a bicycle and you don't ride a bicycle for 10 years, okay, one day I say, hey, let's go to Pulau Ubin and cycle around, you will feel very awkward on the bicycle at first, but after a few minutes, your muscle memory kicks in, your skill of riding a bicycle takes over, and you feel comfortable again. You haven't swam for maybe 5 years, but throw you into the pool, you probably wouldn't drown. The skill of swimming is still there. Maybe not as smooth as last time, but the skill still remains. Make sense? Now, memory work is like I ask you to memorize a grocery list. Okay, later go to Sheng Siong, get me a carton of milk, get me a pack of Yakult, get me some shaving cream, bananas, one bunch of bananas, 5 apples, 3 oranges, white vinegar. Do you think you can remember that grocery list 3 months later? And even if you can, you got to keep repeating and refreshing the memory, the memory. You get what I mean? So what I'm trying to say, right? Memory will have this thing called decay. Memory decay. No matter how hard you try, whatever you memorize will decay over time. Okay, unless you like got some super memory, like you're some memory genius or something. Skills will remain with you. Skills will remain with you. You get what I mean? Public speaking is a skill, right? You think I can just come up on Zoom and just talk like that? No. Many years back, I forced myself to go for a lot of public speaking courses. Then I can come here and speak to all of you in one group. You know, before I went for those courses, you know how I conduct seminars for parents last time? I'm like, good evening, parents. I'm the director of a great solution. No. Public speaking is an acquired skill. Once you acquire a skill, it stays with you for life. You understand? Problem solving is a skill. Once you have the problem solving skills, it stays with you for life. Writing is a skill. Once you have the writing skill, it stays with you for life. And all these different segments of the English paper, they're testing on skills, okay, just that. And knowledge also, testing on skills and knowledge, okay? But for tonight, I'm not going to talk about knowledge. I'm going to talk to you about skills, okay? If it's a small eureka moment, type eureka in the chat box right now. Think of all the things you have learned so far, okay? Think of all the skills you have picked up so far. The skill of cooking, yeah? The skill of, I don't know, coding, skill of problem solving, like let's say you're an engineer, yeah? Skill of accountancy, knowledge and skill of accountancy, skill of dealing with difficult customers, yeah? I don't know how many you're in the customer relationship field. All these skills, skill of communicating, think of all these skills. You acquire them, they stay with you for life, okay? Even thinking skills, all right, all those philosophy students or those teachers that, you know, learn philosophy, you look at the way they think, they're a very good one. Yeah, so that's why our curriculum writer Miss Pepper is the one that does the curriculum. Yeah, philosophy trained, they got the thinking skills, very different from normal humans. Okay, dancing, problem solving, yeah, analytical skills also can be trained on, analytical skills, all the analysts over here. I look at all my analyst friends, the way they analyze things, I can't even do that. It's a skill that can be trained, it can be acquired. Okay, so if we look at our child's learning from the perspective of skills acquisition, you start to see things differently already. You start to teach your child differently, and you start to steer them in the right direction. First skill I'm going to teach you tonight, and you're going to impart to your child, is to identify question type. Everybody type question type in the chat box. When it comes to open-ended comprehension, the biggest skill that everyone is lacking is identifying question types. Okay, write down in your notes also, question types. Identifying question types, super important. Okay, thanks for participating. Your wonderful audience, Yu Hong, Ryan, Colette, Charlene, Winston, Sue, Kathleen, awesome. Okay, question types. Identifying question types is a skill. Why? Because if you don't have this, if your child doesn't have this skill, they're going to mess up their comprehension. They're going to use the wrong methods for the wrong question type. Okay, they're only There are two main types of comprehension questions, direct questions and inferential questions. If you know what I'm talking about, type I know. If you don't know what I'm talking about, type IDK. Okay, it's okay to type IDK because if nobody types IDK, I'm not going to explain this. I'm just going to move on. Okay, so, right, okay, so most parents don't know. So parents don't know, how come you don't know? This one quite technical. Yeah, the kids, you all better know. Kids, if you don't know, you better know now. All right? Yeah, parents who know, I don't know how you all know. Oh, talk to the teachers. Good, good, good. Very involved parents. Okay, direct questions. There are two main types of questions in comprehension for P3, P4, P5, P6. Direct questions are the ones where you can find the answer directly stated in the passage. You just need to take the answer and paraphrase it. Now, if your child is in the P3, P4 level, your child can even leave the answer and put it in the blank and get a tick. P5, P6, you cannot leave, right? Because for some reasons which I'll explain later on. So direct answering means the answers are there in the passage. We can extract it, change it a little bit, and then voila, we get our 1 mark or 2 marks. Inferential questions are the type of questions where the answer is not directly stated in the passage. These are the higher level questions. These are the difficult questions. These are the questions that differentiate an AL3, AL2, AL1 student versus AL4 and AL5. Okay? If your child can't do inferential questions, it's very hard to break through to AL2 or AL1. Okay, because these are high level questions. Why? Because the answer is not stated in the passage. There's nothing to copy, there's nothing to paraphrase, there's nothing to leave. Instead, the child has to find clues and hints to the answer and then rephrase it. Okay? All right. So what are the two question types? Please type in the chat box and write down your notes also. Write down your notes first and type in the chat box. Okay, important things I'll get you to type in the chat box. What are the two question types that we need to know, that your child needs to know? And then you can tell your kids this also. Thank you, very good. Okay, you type ready, you'll remember. Yeah, if you just sit here and watch me talk like I'm some Net Geo documentary, you won't remember one. Yes, direct and inferential. Okay, these two very important. Later you will see why. Later you'll see why. Okay, so let's play a game. You all pretend to be students, I be the teacher, right? So I know you're parents, but let's go back to school for a while. So pretend to be students. So this is the passage, this is the question. I'm not going to show you the full passage for time's sake. Let's look at this. It was hard to be deprived of hunting. Whenever Matt went into the forest, the squirrels and rabbits frisked about boldly, knowing perfectly well he had no gun in his hands. Instead, he went fishing, for in the pond fish was abundant. So why was Matt unable to hunt? Before you tell me the answer to the question, identify what question type is this. Is it direct? Can I find the answer in the passage? Or is it inferential? I need to make some guesses based on the clues over here. Okay. Direct or inferential? Yeah, most people say direct. Okay, most people say direct. This is a direct question. Those who say inferential, maybe you're not paying attention. So again, 100% focus and attention. Why was Matt unable to hunt? You will see over here, he had no gun in his hands. Then how to hunt? Hunt with bare hands. Okay. Now, first mistake that your child is probably making. Let me know your child's marks in the chat box. AL1, AL2, AL3, AL4, AL5, AL6. Let me know in the chat box. Because I can tell you at what level, what grade, what mistakes they're making. Thank you, Charlize. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, G. Go. Thank you, Winston. Thank you, Harshin. Thank you, Zaiton. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, very good. Thank you, Prima. Thank you, Tanishka. Okay, those students getting AL, those parents whose kids getting AL4 and below, and even AL3, if you know the AL3 mark and you think it's quite shaky, it's a very shaky, weak AL3 mark. So weak AL3 and AL4 and AL5 and AL6, most of these kids scoring this range will write like that. Okay, can you see what's the problem with this answer? Whenever Matt went in the forest, the squirrels and rabbits frisked about boldly, knowing perfectly well he had no gun in his hands. What's the problem with this answer? This is the number one most common mistake for comprehension. What's wrong with this? Let me know in the chat box. Thank you, Zaiton. It's lifting word from word. Correct, RG. Yeah. Copied the passage, not answering the question directly. Correct. Yeah. Thank you, Roshan. Not answering the question. Yes. Okay. It's totally lifting. He needs to rephrase. So which part is redundant? Matt went to the forest, squirrels and rabbits running around. Is that important or not? Squirrels and rabbits frisking around. Is this important? Yes or no? No, right? Not important, right? Put this for what? Knowing perfectly well, blah, blah, blah. This whole sentence, no, not important, all right. The only important thing is no gun. And then we form a sentence around the phrase no gun. He had no gun to hunt with. Now, you'll be surprised that when we do this comprehension passage, a lot of the new students who like join for the month or who just join only, a lot of them write like that, okay? They leave, okay? So this is a level 1 question. Let's move on to a slightly more difficult question, okay? And later I'll get to my point. You all pretend to be students first. Later I'll get to my point. So I was young. I was in pretty good shape. I stood at 6 feet tall. I've been putting in a solid 8 hours of Aikido training every day for the past 3 years. I thought I was tough. The trouble was my martial arts skill was untested in actual combat. Why did the narrator think he was tough? What kind of question is this? If you say, yeah, I can find the answer in the passage, can copy and paste, change a bit, direct. It's like, hey, I cannot find the answer in the passage. I think I need to guess on an inferential. Okay, good job, Winston, Charlize, Biraj, Jesse, Ryan, Jasmine, Yiling, correct. This is a direct question. We can find the answer from the passage. Okay? All right. Now, before I review the answer, you all tell me what the answer should be. Okay? You tell me what the answer should be. Why did the narrator think he was tough? You can type in the chat box. You can type in point form. You can type in phrases. You can type in the chat box. Take your time. Why did the narrator think he was tough? Thank you, RG. Thank you, Biraj. Very good, Alan. Thanks, HC. Thanks, Winston. Thank you, Waying. Thank you, Charlize. Thank you, Tashka. Is this the answer? Yes or no? Should this be the answer? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat box. He was young and in pretty good shape. He's in a no man. You're right. The same answer. You're right about the same answer. Only you're paraphrase a little bit, but the meaning about the same. Right? See you. Very good. When a right, there is a lack of skill over here. What is the skill your child is lacking? Everybody type paraphrasing in the chat box. Okay, and
Recording in
They've
progress.
been doing it in primary 2, they've been doing it in primary 3, they've been doing it in primary 4. Come to P5, P6, their iOS software in the head outdated already, they still don't want to download a new update. They still want to use the old methods. It doesn't work. Okay, Alan, do you agree? How many of you like observe this in your child? Okay, if you have observed this, type me in the chat box. It is crazy. Don't believe me, you go and talk to any school teachers with enough experience. You will see it happening. Okay, this problem is so bad. I talk about crazy. Like, there was, I think back in about 2020, it was a very stressful period because everybody was learning on Zoom, right? Then it's like a new thing. You know, I tell you a story. I got into a quarrel with a mom on Zoom with 60 or 50 other parents in the lesson. So we had this, the period of time, the parents were very stressed out. They're like, hey, online learning, is it working with the kid? Is it working for the child? Is it working for the child? So it was not a very proud moment for me, but I'm just going to be honest and I'm going to share the story with you. So I got into a quarrel with a mom in front of a lot of other moms. So you can see the mom like arguing with me, I arguing back, then I scold her, then I slap my head, then I roll my eyes, then I like, I make all these faces. I was totally not calm and zen like a boss of the company is supposed to be. Why was I so worked up? I was super worked up because the mom said this. The mom said, Jerry, why are you teaching kids how to paraphrase? If my child doesn't know how to paraphrase, my child will lose more marks paraphrasing. So my child should just copy and paste from the passage. At least she can still score 1 or 2 marks. She said that, and then she was making her case very strongly. And when she speaks in a very articulate tone. She got the strong English accent, the strong articulate tone. And I could see the other parents are starting to side with her. They're like, oh, isn't this woman talk very well? Start to make sense. I got very angry because it reminds me of, in the corporate world, those people who can articulate very well. But if you listen to the content of what they're saying, they're talking rubbish. Just that they have an accent, an English accent. They sound very good. They sound very smart. I like to call these people articulate idiots. Have you met such people before in your workplace? Talk. Wow, sounds so nice. When you listen, hey, talking rubbish. If you have met such people before, type can relate in the chat box. You have met such people, type can relate in the chat box. Yeah, right. I'm so angry, like I thought I escaped the corporate world. Then now I got to deal with one articulate idiot like that. So I was very frustrated. So I think I didn't handle my emotions very well. Okay, but looking back, this is how I would have stated my point. So firstly, if your child copy and paste using the P3, P4 strategies, your child won't even get 1 or 2 marks. It's a straight up 0. Go and ask any MOE teacher. Straight up 0. So her strategy number 1 doesn't work. Number 2, her strategy is completely insane. You are trying to force your kid to use P3, P4 strategies in P5, P6. That means instead of your kid acquiring skills as they grow older, their brain still remain at the P3, P4 level. You all tell me crazy or not? If you think crazy, type crazy in the chat box. This is why and someone is like a little girl's education at stake. I like teaching her daughter. The daughter was like very cute. And then I'm like, no, don't ruin her life. Please upgrade her brain. You're supposed to upgrade her brain, not hold her back. It's crazy. P6 still can't paraphrase, because the mother says my method is wrong. Yeah, I think she should start her own tuition center, right? She should call it copy and paste tuition center, copy and paste solution. So tuition center should be called that. Her tagline should be called using P3, P4 methods for P5, P6. That should be her tuition center tagline. Obviously, she quit my English class after that. I don't know what happened to the girl, but I don't think the girl is going to do well. Sad to say. Because, so please, I'm sharing this story with you because serious. This skill of paraphrasing, there's no way around it. Your child needs to get it. The MOE curriculum writers, the exam setters are purposely designing questions such that at P5, P6, there is no way you can copy and paste. The exam setters, they are very smart one. They'll make it such that your child has to paraphrase. Okay? All right, super important. And this skill of paraphrasing is just a bridge into secondary school. I teach secondary school as well. My teachers teach secondary school. I tell you, the kids, some secondary school kids come in Sec 3, Sec 4, the brain, the software still operating on P3, P4. Scary or not? Scary or not? Super scary, right? Scary, right? Yeah. So I think that girl, right, go into secondary school, she's going to get a shock. Secondary school, even harder. You cannot even paraphrase in secondary school. Secondary school, your child has to use in your own words. Write down in your notes. This is secondary school. Sec 1, they're going to get a root shock already. They're like, what? Can't even paraphrase. No, can't even paraphrase. It's totally in your own words. Imagine a girl entering Sec 1. She haven't even gone to level 2, which is paraphrasing. She got to go on to level 3 already. Oh, good luck, man. Yeah. Oof. Sorry, had to get it out of my chest. Yeah, but you feel my pain, right? Can you feel my pain? I care for the girl, right? That's why, even though not my child, right, not my daughter, I care for her, right? Aiyo. Oh. Yeah, lah, copy and paste tuition center. Ask her go and start a tuition center. So smart. Aiyo. Okay, so how does your child paraphrase? Okay, so let's break down the skill of paraphrasing so you can teach your child. Your child needs to scan the paragraph where the word tough appears. So the word tough appears over here. And then you read backwards. Okay, you read backwards. Okay, and you can find, hey, I think the answer is around here. I was young, I was in pretty good shape, I was 6 feet tall. Yeah, I think the answer is this. I'm going to copy paste the whole thing in. But however, that is wrong. That is not paraphrasing. The first step of paraphrasing is to eliminate redundancy. Everybody type redundancy in the chat box. Write down your notes also. Eliminate redundancy. This first step is very important. I think at the time I was too stressed out also, right? So maybe I didn't teach her properly. So maybe if she come to my webinar, she will like, oh yeah, better shut down my copy paste tuition center and follow this method. Eliminate redundancy. That's the first step. Okay. So what do I mean by eliminate redundancy? Okay. Listen carefully. They're asking you to tell me why. Okay. The character, the main character, the author think that he was tough. Tough means the ability to withstand hardship. Okay, tough means your ability to endure, withstand hardship. Make sense? Is being young equivalent to being tough? Are young people tougher than older people? Right? Is being young equivalent to being tough? No. Then where does the term? Where does the term strawberry generation come from? Yeah, you see some old timers. Tough as nails, right? Got it? If young people are tough, then all the primary school kids very tough already. Let's send them to army. Yeah, make them crawl in the mud and hold some weapons and climb over barbed wires. No, cannot, right? So youth is not really the same as toughness. Now, being in good shape, is that toughness? You see a bodybuilder in the gym, wow, flex the muscle. Wow, this guy must be tough. Then you look at a farmer, yeah, skinny and not tough. Not really, all right. Toughness means the ability to withstand hardship. If you compare a bodybuilder and a farmer, I think maybe a farmer will be quite tough. You get what I mean? Or even a sumo wrestler. A sumo wrestler is not in good shape, but I think their training is pretty tough. Does height equates to toughness, yes or no? Being tall or short, does that relate to toughness? No, tall, short. Even skin fat, it doesn't relate with toughness. Okay, so we got rid of all these redundant things already. Next one, putting in solid 8 hours of Aikido training every day for 3 years. 8 hours, that's like a working day in an office, except he's not answering emails and phone calls. He's like doing like, he's doing like martial arts stuff, like breaking wood, slamming people. Is this tough? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat box. 8 hours of Aikido training every day for 3 years. Oh yeah, man. I don't care you fat or young or old, you can do this. You are definitely tough as hell. Crazy, right? 8 hours. Oh, by the way, this passage is taken from a true story. It's about Aikido master. So this person actually does exist. It's taken from Reader's Digest. This guy exists. Siao, right? 8 hours of training. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Okay, so why did the narrator think he was tough? Rid of all the redundancy, and then we just take this part over here. Let's see if I can take let's say I can use the laser pointer over here. I've been putting in solid 8 hours of Aikido training every day for the past 3 years. Of course, I'm not going to copy the whole thing down, right? But certain words I don't really need to change, all right? The only words I need to change is the word I, change to the narrator, I had been, changed to had been, and then everything else almost the same. 8 hours of Aikido training every day for the past 3 years. So paraphrasing, right, is most of the time, right, it's about eliminating redundancy. Lifting is a problem because you live in the redundancy. Okay? In solid 8 hours past 3 years. Okay, so let's go through again. How do we paraphrase students / parents? Okay. Solid, not very important. You remove solid or you put in solid, doesn't matter, but sometimes I pay attention to the adjective. Okay, sometimes pay attention to the adjective. Certain adjectives. Okay, but that's a very good question. Okay, not sure, just put in. Not sure, just put in. This one, adjectives sometimes need to put in. Okay, is this, oh yeah, so what's the process for paraphrasing? Notes, pick out keywords, type in the chat box also, so you remember. I think you'll forget already. Pick out keywords. Okay, type in the chat box, pick out keywords. Okay. Redundancy. Okay. The rest of the word form a sentence. Okay. All right. Pick out keywords, eliminate redundancy, form a sentence. 3 steps. Okay. So this is what I mean.
Recording in progress.
So if this, you feel like if this is a eureka moment for you, type eureka in the chat box. Very simple. This one for a lot of marks. P3, P4, you use this skill, right? Your child probably gonna get like very good grades, because P3, P4, most of the questions are direct questions. Direct questions normally have to do paraphrasing. Yeah. Computational thinking, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is a student's answer. When I saw this, I got a shock. Okay. When I saw this, I totally got a shock because it was this student came from Miss Samantha's class, new student. So this is like a true-false question. The statement is saying, Chan has been a chef for at least 30 years, true or false? So the student put true. And then instead of saying, yes, Chan has been working for 35 years, the student go and copy what? Petite and sprightly Chan, who has been in line for 35 years. Then like, this statement not even grammatically correct. So the petite and sprightly, this is a 0 mark. Even though you got the keyword 35 over here, the school teacher will say lifting and then just give a 0. Because which part is unimportant? Let me know in the chat box. Which part is unimportant? Type in the chat box. 35 is important, right? Petite and sprightly, what? Nobody cares about that. So all your child needs to do is eliminate redundancy. Okay? Find the keyword 35, Chan, and then just form a sentence. Like that only. It's not hard. Now, a lot of students, they have this fear, like if they write their own sentence, they're going to get it wrong. No, it's really not that hard. I tell the kid, the keywords are the same. 35 years is 35 years. Chan is Chan. Has been is has been. In line means in line. That's it. You form a sentence. This is something that, and I'll remind the students and you remind your child also, this is something you've been doing in P1 and P2. You look at the P1, P2 worksheets, right? They give kids a bunch of jumbled up words, right? And then they form a sentence. If you remember that, type RMB in the chat box. They give a bunch of words and the kid just take the words and form a sentence. This is a P1, P2 skill. So the skill is already within them. They just don't have the eliminate redundancy skill. Okay? So this sentence formation skill is already in them in P1 and P2 already. They have acquired a skill. I think nobody told them, hey, you need to eliminate redundancy. That's it. Okay? Easy. All right. Eureka for you. Type Eureka in the chat box. Let's move on to something more difficult now after you're done with your Eureka moment. Okay, so trust me on this. How many questions are like paraphrasing type of questions? I would say like 50% or more. Okay, almost about 50% reflect direct questions. Okay. Yeah. Also correct, Jigo. Also correct. Okay, so here's another comprehension passage. And I'm going to give you the lowdown of the passage because I don't want you to read the whole thing. But basically, the passage is about how the mom, right, ran away from home to go and become a swimsuit model. Okay, so the dad and the son went to Athens in Greece to look for the mom to ask her to come back. Young lady, stop wearing bikini and posing. I'm joking, okay, but the story is about the mom running off to be a model. So please don't hate me, mothers. I'm just joking. I think I'm going to get complaint from all the mothers here. Stupid Jerry. So anyway, the dad turned towards me and showed me a whole page spread of Mama. So open the magazine, and Mama is a modeling swimmer. Maybe we'll meet her in Athens, that's it. Something was written at the bottom of the page, but it was in Greek. Breakfast was put on the table, but Dad did not even lift his coffee cup. Pay attention to this sentence. Breakfast was on the table, but Dad did not even lift the coffee cup. Taking the magazine with him, he started to ask some people at the nearby tables if they understood English or German. He struck it lucky with some teenagers, then unfolded the picture of Mama and asked them to translate what was written. Okay? Now, but Dad did not even lift coffee cup. What does this phrase tells you about Dad towards coffee? It's a direct question. Let me know in the chat box. Later, I'll tell you the mistake a lot of students make. Okay, very good. This is a super smart audience. Hey, good job, huh? Good job. I think yesterday I tested something like this to the Sec 2 parents. They all got it wrong. Because the first few people give the wrong answer, right? Everyone else follow. Monkey see, monkey do. This is an inferent question. The answer is not there. They did not say, like, Dad feels something towards coffee. Nothing. Okay, there's nothing to copy, there's nothing to paraphrase. So now we need to infer, and this is a high-level skill. Now, a lot of students, right, who don't even know how to identify question type, will think that every single question is a direct question. Like I said, they're still operating on P3, P4 software in their head. Okay, they're still operating on P3, P4 iOS. They will just copy something from them and they'll put it there. Taking the magazine with him, he started to ask people at the nearby tables if they understood English or German. He struck it lucky with some teenagers. Obviously, this is wrong. Okay, they are lifting and trying to paraphrase a lot of times in your child's work. Look at your child's latest exam paper. I guarantee you are probably going to spot this mistake, whether they are AL3, AL4, AL5. Sometimes even the AL2 students are doing this, making this mistake. Okay, they're going to lift and paraphrase for an inferential question. You can't. It's a totally different skill. All right. Why is your child lifting? Because maybe your child don't even know what's an inferential question, cannot identify question type. So that skill could be missing. Find out from your child. But I think most of the problem lies with this, picking out contextual clues. Okay, picking out contextual clues. This skill is greatly lacking. All right. Now, contextual clues, you will hear English teachers throw out this word a lot. How many of you heard like tutors and teachers say, oh, pick contextual clues, pick contextual clues? How many of you heard this term before? Type me. If you've never heard before, type never heard before. Okay, so the problem is a lot of people don't know how to explain contextual clues. Okay, yeah, nobody knows what's a contextual clue, correct? Sorry, Levy. Now, contextual clues got a few kinds. There are two kinds. They are behavioral, they are language. Okay, behavioral means you look at the character's behavior. All right, language means you look at the subtle differences and the nuances of the language. So just now, one of the parents was asking, must I copy the adjective down? Yes, sometimes no. We look, it depends on the adjective. The adjective, right, is what we call a language clue. Small words can make a big difference, can change the degree, the intensity, the context of the sentence. Okay. Now, behavioral. Let's talk about behavioral first. I would like to share this incident I witnessed before on a special day. So on this special day, right, about 9 p.m., that's your first behavioral contextual clue and behavioral clue. I see a couple eating at McDonald's. This is a real story also. The lady was dressed like in those very high class gown. The guy was dressed very smartly. He was wearing a well-ironed shirt and pants. They were eating at McDonald's at about 9 p.m. The girl was eating and looking down at her food food, but the way she eat, right, is like no appetite, like that. Like the munching is very slow. And she's staring into space. And then the guy is like eating very quickly. What do you think, based on the behavioral clues and the contextual clues, like the timing and the setting, like McDonald's, what do you think just happened? What's going on with this couple? Let me know. The lady is eating like that. The guy just like not talking, bit of awkwardness. I think they just had a quarrel. Okay? But that doesn't explain the dressing. So let me drop in one more contextual clue. It is Valentine's Day. Okay, so I want you to connect the dressing, the behavior. Yes, Roy, very good. Roy, very fast. Yeah? All right. Any of, like, all of us, right, have ever tried, when we were dating, we wanted to go to a fancy restaurant, right, on Valentine's Day. Can get seats or not? Can get seats or not? All right? No, nobody wears that for McDonald's, Kelly. Like, they don't, obviously, they're not wearing that for McDonald's, right? They're wearing for high class restaurant. And if, like, all of us who have dated before all know that it's very hard to get a booking on Valentine's Day. Yeah, the man probably forgot to book the restaurant. And then 9 p.m., no choice, hungry already, just eat McDonald's. Okay? Got it? So based on, I didn't have to tell you that they quarreled. I didn't have to tell you about, booking of restaurant. Like some of you, like Roy, you all got it immediately. All right, because you all know how to connect all these clues and give an answer. This is what inferential reasoning is all about. If it's a small eureka moment for you, type you in the chat box. You can use this example to teach your child. Trust me. That was a very fun one. They were like, oh yeah. And then suddenly they will look at comprehension differently. They will start to study the character's behavior because a lot of it. And in this case, we are studying behavior. Okay, like I use a McDonald's setting, but now we are looking at the father and the son, looking for their mother, being very worried in a restaurant, and he did not even touch the coffee. So let's talk about language now. Okay, what is a very important word in this sentence? Let's talk about language now. So certain simple words are very important. What do you think is the most important word? Seal, you're very fast as Seal. Hey, but you got to type to everyone. I'm not how to give you the prize. RG, very good. Yeah, the word is even. The word is even. Okay, so we have established this as an inferential question because there's nothing to copy. But we have found a behavioral clue that is not lifting his coffee. That's a behavioral clue. We have found a language clue, even. Even conveys emphasis. Even a 4-year-old can do it. Even a deaf person can hear it. Okay, even, even a starving person don't want to drink it, something like that. Even a starving person wouldn't want to eat it. But that did not even leave his coffee cup. So what does this phrase tells you about Dad's usual feelings towards coffee? Okay, why is it surprising that the father did not even touch his coffee? What does this phrase tells you about Dad's usual feelings towards coffee? Very good, Alan. Very, very good, Biraj. He loves coffee. Yeah. Okay, you can infer that the narrator's father always drinks his coffee. Yeah, but this time he did not even leave the coffee cup after he saw the mother on the magazine. Okay? Yeah? Yeah, we all can relate, huh? Oh, what's the house we need coffee? Yeah, so we can infer that the fathers always drink coffee. Is this the answer? Some students will write this. Then obviously the answer is wrong. Okay, why is the answer wrong? Why is the answer wrong? Look at the question again. Another keyword. And by the way, this is a common mistake that students make. Even if they infer correctly, yes, Biraj, thank you. I don't know why. Kids are super funny. And ask about feelings that give me actions. Ask about feelings that give me thoughts. Yeah, so go and check your child's work. A lot of comprehension questions like to ask about feelings, and your child will give all sorts of answers except a feeling. They'll write a lot of words, but not a feeling. Okay, so you just need to write the narrator's father enjoys or loves drinking coffee. Okay, so an inferential skill consists of examining the behavior. It consists of other things as well, like setting. It's in a cafe. It consists of like background information as well. What are they doing? They're looking for their mother. What is making dad, not even look at his coffee, mother being in the magazine. Okay, these are all the contextual clues that you need to pick out. Okay, behavioral, setting, and then of course the key word even. Okay, you piece them all together, you get the answer. Okay, all right, so understand inferential skills now. There's a few more inferential skills, but it's mostly around the same thing. You're looking for all these little puzzles, you piece them together like a detective. If it's a eureka moment for you, type eureka in the chat box. These are the two main type of questions. AL3 and above, better start getting good at inferential skills. Okay, so understand what I mean now? The questions are going to be different, but they're still going to test you on the same skills. Make sense, huh? So you keep doing past year papers. You think you can develop the skill, or do you think like somebody needs to tell your child, either you or tutor or somebody needs to tell your child, hey, this is how to paraphrase, this is how to infer. Okay, you understand what I mean now? Yeah, the assessment books and the past year papers can't talk to you, can't talk to your child. Okay, there are a few more skills. There's reading and annotation, which is pretty good because I've been teaching for 12 years, right? I can tell you when I was teaching like maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago, a lot of school teachers are not teaching annotation. Now, right, based on what I'm getting from my students, more and more teachers are teaching annotation skills. So this is a super important skill, especially if your child is a non-reader. Identifying question type, identifying keywords, analysis. Now, a lot of kids always get 2-mark question wrong because they don't have the analytical skills to look at how many parts are there in an answer. So 2-mark question, they're going to give 1 part. Yeah, so these like simple analytical skills they need to have. Paraphrasing. Now, paraphrasing skills sometimes are the more advanced ones. You require synthesis and transformation, sentence construction. So I think just now one of the parents said synthesis skills are needed for comprehension as well. That's absolutely correct. Okay, critical thinking. The last question, there'll be about 1 or 2 critical thinking questions, okay, where they got to think critically. There's nothing to paraphrase, okay, and they got to think of cause and effect, sequential skills, and of course, they need vocab knowledge, but there's a cheat code, there's a skill to actually guess meanings of words based on contextual clues and guess meaning of words by being slightly more exam smart, okay, but that's for another time. Okay, so with these methods, right, how much can the kids improve? This boy, right, he learned comprehension closed passage skills, which I have no time to cover today. He learned comprehension open-ended skills, and that pushed him from AL2 to AL1. Okay, he went to a super good school, this boy. You can see crazy great jumps from like 69 jump to 82. You see people from 69 jump to 81, and this girl Arina, she jumped, right? It's not a one-time jump. She's now in secondary 2, and we were teaching her in secondary 1. Her results in secondary 1 were also awesome. So the skills are like the skill of learning to ride a bicycle stayed with her from P6 all the way to secondary 1. 70 jump to 88, 18-mark jump. Okay, 61 jump to 77. Okay, still a good jump. Okay, these are big fat jumps because the kids acquire skills. AL3 to AL1, this is a big jump. Okay, this is another big jump. All right. Okay, so let's talk about compo. If you are excited to hear about compo writing and skills, how does skills acquisition apply to compo writing? Type excite in the chat box. Oh yeah, so we don't memorize phrases in a great solution. Okay, I'll teach you why you don't need to memorize phrases by letting you acquire some skills, and then you'll teach your child. So don't need to memorize a grocery list of phrases. Good or not? If it sounds good, type sounds good in the chat box. Don't need to memorize. Don't need to write compo after compo. Okay? Don't need. You want you can, right? But I'm saying not that necessary. Okay, so why does writing compo after compo doesn't help with improvements? Let me share with you another story. And this one, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I was having a lunch with one of my good friends, and then he is complaining how he sends a child to multiple tuition centers over the years, and the child's compo just doesn't improve. And he's like, oh, Jeremy, I sent my daughter to the whatever age, whatever connection, whatever studio. And then the marks are still like that. Okay. Then I'm like sitting in front of him and like, hello, do you know what I do for a living? Have you not heard of my company? Have For a while, right? Leaving, right? Like, go and send the kid later. Because of the decisions you're making, your child maybe shouldn't improve. Oh my God, what an insult, telling this to my face in front of me. Okay, but here's the crazy thing. The doctor, after that, I told him, whatever I'm sharing with you today. I say, obviously your daughter is not improving. Cause in the lesson, your daughter is just writing a compo after and composition. Okay, they will just the tuition center or the tutor will just show some good phrases, 15 minutes. Okay, good phrases, 15 minutes brainstorm for story ideas, 1 hour write a composition. In the 1 hour where your daughter is writing a composition, is there any teaching being done? You all pretend to be my friend. Is there any teaching being done, yes or no? 1 hour? No. Hey, like that, my job very easy, you know. It's just like, hey, kids, good phrases, this is the meaning, which you can Google. Brainstorm for some ideas, 15 minutes. Okay, pass them the paper, pangkang, relax, play with my phone. 1.5 hours over, I collect back the paper and do some marking. Of course, don't improve lah. Are there any skills being acquired? Are there any transfer of skills from the teacher to the student, or am I just transferring a grocery list that they will forget in a few years? In a few months' time, are there skills being transferred? My whole life.
Recording in progress.
Of course, because nobody teach you other skills, all right? How many of you know what's the flashback method? Type I know, like type can relate in the chat box. It's either flashback or describe the weather from P3 use until P6. Same skill, right? Same OS, right? Does it start to not make sense now? And then my friend, right, in the lunch, he suddenly like, he did this. He's like, Jerry, can you help me take a look at my daughter's compo? I'm like, yeah, send it in. I look at the compo, what? And I said, hey, I'm trying to be nice. I'm not trying to scare you, right? I'm not trying to be a salesman, but this is quite jialat. I told him like straight up, this is jialat. Yeah, jialat means this is bad. You want to P6, you want to write like that. Can I show you my P4 students compo? Then you know what's good writing. Yeah, super scary. Now the good news is, all right, it's not a hopeless case. The daughter just don't have the skills. Now, I've been teaching the daughter for about 3 months, or 2 months or 3 months. I've seen the improvements. Her compo that her father sent me versus her writing now is night and day. It's like heaven and hell. Yeah, it's totally different, you know. You cannot tell that it's the same person because she upgraded her writing skills. And in fact, whatever I taught her, I'm going to teach you tonight. Okay? Yeah, so don't practice a wide variety of topics. Get the skills, and you can apply them to any topic. Okay, same for comprehension. The questions will change, the topic will change, but the writing skills will stay with your child his whole life. Okay, so what kind of skills am I talking about? And it's not just memorizing grocery lists of good vocab. How to write an introduction. It's not just flashback and weather. There's about 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of introduction, and you can combine all the different skills. I'll show you. How to use figurative expressions. You think need to memorize? Don't need to memorize. Later, I'm going to transfer the skill of how to write figurative expression to you, and then you pass it on to your kid. All right, I'll teach you the simple one. How to develop the compo pictures, how to describe, how to use vivid description, how to do 5 senses. A lot of people talk about show, not tell, but honestly, show, not tell is one of the very difficult skills to hone. Sentence construction and sentence variation. Everybody keeps going crazy about vocab, but I tell you, at Great Solution, one of the big secrets we teach is sentence construction and sentence variation. The way you construct a sentence will deliver the message with impact. Okay? How to end a story? Very powerful skill as well. So what we are trying to do, right, is give your child a mental toolbox of techniques and skills that he or she can pick and use for whatever paragraph, for whatever scene, okay? So let me teach you one skill. I talked so much already. So what's the skill I taught my friend's daughter, who's currently in my class, and she's doing, I'm very proud of her. She's doing very well. Like the things she write, I'm like, oh my gosh, even I can't write like that. First skill is curiosity hook. Write down in your notes and then put in the chat box, curiosity hook. I don't teach, this is a very powerful skill. I'll tell you why. Okay, write down in your notes. Now, curiosity hook, it's a simple technique, but it requires some practice in applying. Now, a lot of people always come to writing, right, and think of impressing people. Oh, I must write good words to impress the teacher. No, the secret is not to impress the teacher. The secret is to create burning desire and of curiosity. You want to create burning curiosity in the reader. That is the most powerful emotion. Writing is not to show off, impress, is not to 好脸. It is to engage, captivate, and to do that, you need to create curiosity. Okay, so this method is very powerful. Now, I call this the curiosity hook, but some people will say this is suspense or foreshadowing. It's somewhat similar to suspense and foreshadowing, but later on, you will see another example where you cannot classify it under suspense or foreshadowing. So think of curiosity hook as the main skill. Suspense and foreshadowing is like a sub-skill related to curiosity hook. But basically, we just want to write something to install burning curiosity. So that doesn't require good phrases. That requires understanding the reader psychologically and knowing what words to use to create that curiosity burning in the reader. It's very useful for negative combo titles. And here's the best part. You only just need 1 or 2 sentences. So here's a normal introduction. As soon as the bell rang, I raced out of the classroom. I was brimming with excitement because my new PS5 was waiting for me at home. My best friend Jason followed closely behind as he wanted to try out the new console too. We chatted excitedly about what we would play. What do you think of this introduction? Like upon 5, 1 upon 5, 2 upon 5, 3 upon 5. Like, does it make you curious? No, it doesn't make you curious. Okay, it doesn't make you curious. You can use all the big words you want. You don't feel like reading on. Yeah, it doesn't make you curious at all. Now, when I put in a curiosity hook, I just edit it like this. You're trying to spot the difference. The day started out fine. As soon as the bell rang, I raced out of the classroom. I was brimming with excitement because my new PS5 was waiting for me at home. My best friend Jason followed closely behind as he wanted to try out the new console too. We chatted excitedly about what we would play. Sadly, despite our enthusiasm, our happiness would prove to be short-lived. Okay, now, does this make you want to read on further? Where did I put the hook sentences? Where did I put the hook sentences? Tell me the positioning of the hook sentences. Last part. You'll miss out another one. You'll miss out another one. I hook you 2 times. First time and the last time. Now, do you understand that the hook is a very powerful method? Because a lot of people don't even know what hit them. You get what I mean? Most of you don't even notice the first line, but the first line is the one that will draw your attention in. Okay, so that's why we always like to put the hook in the first sentence and then in the last sentence. First sentence, why? To hook the reader into the story. And I usually like to use a short sentence. And the last sentence is to hook the reader to the next paragraph. So this method is employed by a lot of our Great Solutions students. If you bought any of our model combo books, or if you download any of our model combo books, you will spot these methods. And there's a reason why if your child or yourself read the model compos, you will remember it very strongly. Because like I said, this method is psychological. It doesn't have anything to do with vocabulary or flowery phrases. Okay? Now this introduction, slightly better. Let me know like the introduction. Let me know the score now. Without any good phrases. Yeah, now it's like about 4.5. And I like the first sentence. The day started out fine. That means what? Is the day going to end fine? Yes or no? The day started out fine. Is it going to end fine? No. So this is a very subtle hook. It's like a fish hook. You know, the fish can't see the hook. They go out, they bite, and then they get dragged into the whole story. Okay? So this hook method can also be used in the middle part of the story if you want to. So some of students, once they learn the hook, wow, they start to play with it. Okay? All right. Here's another one. Memory work versus skills. So it was a beautiful day. The sun was peeking out from behind the clouds and a gentle breeze swept past the trees. I was in the classroom waiting for a dismissal bell to ring so I could return home to practice my soccer, dribbling, blah, blah, blah. So why is this a big introduction? It is your typical weather introduction. How many of you, your kids, still writing weather introductions? Type me in the chat box. How many of you, your kids, still writing weather introductions? Type me in the chat box. If like you progress beyond that, then yeah. So I can tell you how I got into teaching. Okay, let me tell you a story of how I got into teaching. Last time, I had this very idealistic notion that, if I start a tuition center, I'm just going to be a manager and then I can shake a leg, hire teachers and collect money. Okay, so one day, one of our teachers was sick. Then I had to cover the class to teach English because last minute we just cannot find anybody. Okay, so it's a composition class. Okay, the class had a lot of new students, right? It was the time we just started out as a tuition center, so all the kids are new. The kids submitted the compo, and I look at this, they're like, "Hey, why all of you describing the weather?" And they're like, "Oh, the teachers taught us to describe the weather." Huh? Which teachers? Teachers in school. Last time, and another tutor taught me to describe the weather. Yeah, everybody taught us to describe the weather. They're like, wait, what does the weather have to do with anything in a story? Huh? Does it make it like, it's a very sunny day. Yeah, time to bully some children. Oh, raining. Yeah, I think cannot bully people. Or is it like, oh, sunny day, let's rob a bank. Oh, rainy day, let's not rob a bank. Let's just stay at home. No, the weather doesn't affect the story, all right? So why you're describing the weather? It doesn't make sense at all. Okay, let's do something. Let's use that space to write something more meaningful. Okay, so weather descriptions, discard them, throw them out the window. It's not even old school. It's the wrong school. It's a copy-paste tuition center kind of school. It's a wrong school. It's not even old school. I don't know who started this inane method. And I don't know which model compose bring this method. Okay, so first thing the students learn, and your child, tell them delete information, empty recycle bin. I teach you another method, which is what I taught my friend's daughter, who's also in the class. All the kids love this method. This method is called into the action. Write down in your notes, into the action. Super easy to use one. It's almost like a cheat code. I feel embarrassed teaching this method. It's such a cheat code, right? That one of our students, not only one, many of our students, their compo marks jump to 30 plus in 1 month just using this method. I'm like, huh? So easy. Your school's so relaxed. Yeah, so I had this student, he's called Hazik. Hazik's mom is an English teacher. I think the father is a math teacher, or is it the other way around? I cannot remember. But I remember Hazik because firstly, I feel very happy when English teachers send their kids to us. That means we are doing something right? Okay, so we've got kids like Hazik coming to our class. So Hazik, right? He learned this method. He applied in school, and then straight away model compo within 1 month. And the class teacher was asking, "Hey, where do you learn this from?" Yeah, so into the action, very, very powerful method. Again, don't need any fancy vocab, don't need any phrases. It is applied to action-packed compos. So write down, it's mostly for action-packed compos. Okay, so the compo got soccer got bullying got fighting got robbery got accident, got tsunami, whatever. You can use this method. Okay, write down in the notes, action-packed. Okay, so let me teach you this skill. All right. Have you ever watched a movie trailer? Okay, have you ever watched a movie trailer? What's the purpose of a movie trailer? Is it to tell you the whole story? Or is it just to generate hype? Is it to generate curiosity as well? If you watch any Godzilla movie trailer, you notice they will never show the full body of Godzilla, right? They will show the tail, bomb, slam the building. They will show the feet stomping and destroying cars. They will show the helicopter and the aeroplanes and the tanks moving, yeah? But they will never show a full body of Godzilla. They will only show you the exciting scenes and some parts of Godzilla. If you want to see the full Godzilla, how he looks like, you got to pay $10. I don't know how much is it to go to the cinema. Got to pay $10, go to the cinema, then you see the full body of Godzilla. So when we use an into the action method, we do not want to show the reader the full Godzilla. We just want them to see snippets of Godzilla so that they're excited to read more. Understand so far? If you understand so far, type understand in the chat box. Yes, make it exciting, Biraj. Make people like curious, like, hey, I want to see how the monster look like, man. All right? Okay, we don't review. So now I'm going to take a costly misunderstanding and I'm going to write like that. My mother flew into a rage. I tried to prove my innocence, but she was having none of it. All signs pointed to me being the culprit. After all, I was the one frantically trying to sweep up the broken glass. Okay? And then I backtrack before all this happened. Okay, so what method did I use? I used into the action. I did not talk about the weather. I straight away just show them a very small snippet of an exciting scene that will take place later. Okay, my mother going crazy. I'm trying to prove my innocence. I'm trying to sweep up broken glass. And now, hey, what is going on? Did I review anything? No. Okay, so this compared to the weather introduction, how many times better do you think this method is? Oh yeah, best part, huh? Into the action, you're supposed to keep it short and sweet. So if your child is writing half a page or 1 page introductions, it is too long. Okay, the Great Solution students, they only write like 2 sentences or 3 sentences, and then they get top in their class for writing. It's way better. Okay, and guess what? I'm going to show you how to stack the skills. Okay, yeah, Azure Blue Sky intro, rubbish. Now let's stack the skills. I'm going to add in 1 curiosity hook sentence. My mother flew into a rage. I tried to prove my innocence, but she was having none of it. All signs pointed to me being the culprit. After all, I was the one frantically trying to sweep up the broken glass. I glared at the door. How could he abandon me like this? Even better now? Just 1 sentence, right? And this 1 sentence make a big difference. Agree? You agree, type agree in the chat box. So I just took into the action plus a curiosity hook. When you got skills, you level up. Can you see? When you memorize phrases, you are still using the same P3, P4 weather description method. You're still using the same P3, P4 flashback method. Okay? If this is a eureka moment for you, type eureka in the chat box. Oh yeah, try to spot the most bombastic word in this paragraph. Nothing. So that's how Haziq and a lot of my other students, they use methods like this within 1 month, become model compo writers. I tell you a funny story. Again, like last time in the physical class, there was one boy. His writing was like the worst in the whole class. Okay, his writing is like the bottom of the whole class. He used this method into the action, and I think he used a bit of a curiosity hook inside. Within 1 month, the teacher praised his compo, asked him to stand in front of the class and read out the whole compo. The mom, right, was so amazed, like, 4 lessons only write 1 compo. And then suddenly, like, the teacher praised him and asked him to read the compo in the whole class and print out for everybody. What? She shared about me and my teachers in the group chat. So super funny. That time we were just starting out. So we were really like a nobody tuition center, like not even like 100 students like that. I remember I was like going to the tuition center, I opened the door, I see 1 whole gang of mothers at the reception there. Then I'm like, what is going on? What did I do? How come everybody is here? And then they turn around, they're like, oh, you are the one. And I'm like, what? Did I? What did I do? And then they're like, yeah. So apparently the mom shared these strategies in a bowling mothers group chat. There's a bowling mothers group chat. Then all the whole bowling mother gang came down. Super funny. I never forget that day. I walked in and like, so I thought all the bowling mother kids, and then all the kids could write pretty well. Yeah, that was super funny. Okay, so next thing I'm going to share with you is what this boy learned, Kim Chuan. I like this kid, very smart kid, very hardworking. 28 jumped to 36 in just like 3 to 4 months. He learned how to use more similes and he learned how to write more vividly. You want to learn more? You want to learn how to use good phrases? Type interested in the chat box. Okay, I'm going to teach you some good phrases. Don't need to memorize. This is another secret. Okay, all right. So I'm going to teach you how to teach your kids. Very easy. Now, when we talk about good phrases, there are many different kinds. So I'm going to teach you the simple ones because the other ones are too technical and you'll take like what 3 hours. Cannot. So I'm going to teach you similes first, okay? So similes and metaphors are very powerful, but when you use cliche similes or cliche metaphors, they don't create any impact. Like a lot of students will go and use this. I ran as fast as lightning to the canteen. Do you think this will score marks? Yes or no? I ran as fast as lightning to the school. No lah, this is the English equivalent of the Chinese 风和日丽的早上. Everybody uses it. No, you're not going to score marks. It's like the standard level 0 kind of simile. Oh, I felt as happy as a lark. Not going to score any marks. And even the problem with some of the memorized similes that you find in like vocabulary books or vocab lists is that they are kind of like cheesier, right? Can you imagine? Wow, look at Jay Cho. He's as cool as a cucumber. The moment these words leave your mouth, Jay Cho suddenly doesn't look very cool anymore. Cool as a cucumber. What is this? It's like from some children's storybook. Childish or not? Do you find it a bit kiddish? You find it kiddish, type kiddish in the chat box. So we don't use words like that in real life. Why do we use them in our conversation? As cool as a cucumber. It's totally kiddish, right? Jay Cho, cool as a cucumber. So instead of memorizing all these phrases, which your child may not have the chance to use, it's better to acquire the skill of creating your own good phrases. Then you don't need to run the treadmill of memory decay and memory retention. So let's create our own similes. So first, I need to teach you and transfer the knowledge of similes into your head. Okay, I need to download this into your brain. Similes are used to compare two different things with similar characteristics. Same, but different. You get it? We use the words like or as something as to make the comparison. So if I say you are as tall as a giraffe, you are a human, the giraffe is a different type of animal, okay? You are two different things, but the thing that's the same is your height, okay? You're super tall. You're as tall as a giraffe. If I say someone is as fat as a pig, the person is not a pig, the person is a human, okay? But I'm using the word fat to say that these two things are similar, okay? So same, but different. Understand? I'm using bad English to teach you good English. Same, but different. So now try to describe your wife or your husband now using similes. As something as or like something. We usually use these words. So describe your wife, your husband, your spouse now using a simile. As something as something. Don't worry. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who your husband is. You can type anything. As tough as a bull. As pretty as a star. This Winston, I think the wife sitting next to him. Just joking. Pretty like a star. Then he like, you see, you see, I type one. As hungry as a horse. As cool as a cucumber. It's not very funny still. As stubborn as a mule. Then the husband watching TV. This person, the husband watching TV. As stubborn as a mule. Any more? As handsome as a rock star. Nice. As round as a ball. Nice. As heavy as an elephant. Now, how many of you feel a little bit stuck if you like feel like, hey, I only can come up with one or two, then I'm stuck already. If you're stuck, type stuck in the chat box. If you feel like you only can come up with one or two, then you just type stuck. Okay. So the skill of creating similes, as persistent as a woman in sales. No. You cannot compare a human with another human. Must be same but different, right, Roy? So you can say as persistent as a. I can't think of anything as persistent as a toddler, maybe. Toddlers are, little kids are very persistent. I want to watch Peppa Pig. I want to watch Peppa Pig. They don't stop one. Okay, so anyway, let's not worry about the reason why you are stuck, right? Is you are looking at the character. In this case, the character is your spouse. You are looking at the overall picture. Okay? A soulmate is understanding, so you cannot say as understanding as a soulmate, Kelly. You're looking at the overall picture. That's why you're stuck. Now, I'm going to break it down into details. Everybody write details in the chat box and write down your notes. Good description and good writing and good phrases all comes from one foundation. Details. Well, who is this? I love this. As grumpy as a security guard after a night shift. Yeah, I did guard duty when I was in the army. I know what you mean. Go. Yeah, it's all about details. Okay, what do I mean by details? I'm going to ask you questions and you understand. So I want you to describe your spouse's hair. Short, long. If it's short as, look like what? Look at the color. Look at the texture. Is it dry? Is it messy? Is it sparse? If it's sparse, then what? The head looks as shiny as a what? If it's long, then it's what? As wavy as what? If it's very curly as what? Okay? Short like freshly cut grass. Yeah? Newly cut grass. Nice. If it's bald, you can say what? As shiny as what? A bowling ball, a billiard ball. Describe the hair. All right? If it's long and silky, long and smooth, you can say what? As smooth as lustrous as a squirrel's tail. I think Roy better don't write Valentine Day card. You are as persistent as a woman in sales, and your hair looks like a squirrel's tail. Okay, as long as a mop. Messy, anybody's hair like wild grass. Shiny like a well-oiled wok. Sorry, I need to share this with everyone. This is nice. As spiky as a bush. What kind of bush? Any animal which is very spiky? Porcupines? Think about that. Okay, spiky as a brush. Yeah, stiff as a brush. Good. Now let's go down to the facial features. The eyes, the nose, the teeth, the complexion. Think about that. The eyes, what? As big as deep as. The nose, what? As sharp as. The teeth, what? As crooked as. The complexion, smooth, pockmark, rough. The ears, okay? Eyes as sharp as a what? Sparkle like what? Very good. Thank you, RG. Thank you, Ash. Okay. Roy making me laugh. Why you compare? Hey, if Roy makes Valentine's Day cards, I'm going to order and give to people as a joke. Your face is as smooth as a hard-boiled egg. Your hair is as long as a squirrel's tail. It's kind of making me laugh. Oh, I'll cry already. It's brown as mustard, as big as saucer. Yeah, you can make funny cards, right? It's a skill, man. Skill of making people laugh. Oh, Peter like craters on the moon. Yeah, Jigo, very good. Yeah, Jigo is getting it. Okay. Now let's move down from the face to the body. Think of the build. Skinny like what? And the body, you can think of arms and legs. Okay, you can think of the chest. You can think of the hips, arms, legs, hands. Think of the body. Okay, round like watermelon, skinny as a twig. Okay, don't just stop at the body. Now let's think of behavior, personality, mannerisms. Okay, personality, behavior, mannerisms. Fierce, quiet, easy to get along with, doesn't talk a lot, talks a lot. Describe that. Okay, describe all this. Fierce as a wild bull. Sound like the kid talking about the father like that. As shy as a hermit crab. Oh, that's a nice one, Charlene. Hey, this one I want to die laughing. As talkative as a radio DJ. Yeah, Adeline, that's a nice one. Funny as a clown. As hardworking as a beaver, or bee also. Yeah, hardworking as an ant, as a beaver. Yeah, think about that. The movements, clumsy or graceful, calm or anxious. You get what I mean? Suddenly, all these phrases start coming to you. Agree? Okay, look at the chat box. You just take some time to scroll up the chat box. Okay? You can find a lot of good ones. Some maybe not appropriate, but it's okay. All right, it's okay. When we are trying out similes or trying out a new skill, you're not going to get 100% all correct. Okay? As knowledgeable as Google. I cannot take it, Roy. Oh my God, Joker. As funny as a comedian. That's Roy. That's how your spouse would probably describe you. Okay, good job. All right. So when it comes to using similes, the secret is focus on the details. The phrases will come to you. You don't need to memorize. If this is a eureka moment for you, type eureka in the chat box. As loud as a hen in the morning. Rooster, Ryan, rooster. Right? It's not that hard. And it's actually quite fun. Now, we do this in class all the time. Okay, we do this in class all the time. We'll tell the kids, describe your teacher. Okay, describe a teacher you like. Okay, they'll come up with all the nice phrases. Describe a teacher you hate, and then you break it down. Oh my God. The moment you ask them to describe something they hate, their good phrases and their vocabulary is times 10 of describing something positively. I tell you, kids are super funny. Okay, so try this with your kid. Okay, find a scene, break it down into small parts. Think of the weather, think of the car, look at the wheels, look at the car seat. You can come up with a lot of good phrases. Okay, so when you use memorized phrases, it sounds weird. After running as fast as a cheetah for so long, Caleb could not take one more step. His body was heavy, he dropped to the ground. Caleb was exhausted, he lay down trying to catch his breath. His chest was aching from fatigue. However, he could not give up now. As tough as nails, the man stood and moved as slowly as a turtle towards the finishing point. A bit weird or not? A bit weird, right? Hey, Li Jing, can you give Jimmy a call? I want to go for a toilet break. Yeah, Li Jing, if you heard me, type got it in the chat box. Yeah, it's a bit, does it a bit weird? If you think, parents, if you think this is weird, type weird in the chat box. Yeah, a bit weird. Yeah, thanks, Li Jing. A bit weird, as tough as snails, as slowly as a turtle. Like, not really the same, right? Like compared to just now when we were describing our spouse, it feels funny, it feels natural, it feels more relatable. We are all enjoying ourselves, but this one is just like a bit off. So again, tell your kid to focus on the details. Okay, the athlete is very tired, right? Okay, the body, what does the body feel, right? The body feel very heavy. Okay, let's play with the concept of heavy. Lead is heavy. Okay, ton of bricks, heavy. Okay, we think of some heavy items. We can compare the body to some heavy items. Now, if you run a lot, what does the pain feel like? The muscle pain, it feels like burning fire. Okay, let's compare it to fire and all that. Okay, so what words can we link to pain and heavy? We can use drag, sink, weigh, burning, suffer. Okay, let's try to form a description now. Make it sound natural but sound good at the same time. Caleb's muscles were screaming in pain. His whole body felt as heavy as lead, and before he knew it, he had collapsed onto the ground. The weight of his exhaustion bore down on him, and as Caleb lay on the tracks trying to catch his breath, his chest ached and his lungs felt like they were on fire. However, he could not give up now. He pushed himself up and dragged his feet to the finish line. Okay, the words here are pretty simple, but you compare it with the one with memorized phrases. Which one do you think sounds better? This one or the previous one? Okay, if you say this one, type this one in the chat box or this in the chat box. Yeah, it's like, you don't need to memorize, right? This one sounds more natural, and simple similes like felt like they were on fire. Simple personification, this is another good phrase, personification, screaming in pain. Heavy as lead, or his body felt as heavy as a ton of bricks. It sounds way better. Okay, it sounds smoother. So this is the power of creating your own good phrases. And you think this is high level, this is not high level. Let me show you, these are P3, P4 students. Okay, from 15 marks jump to 20 upon 20. Learning how to create their own phrases. From fail jump to 14, and this girl did even better after that. Okay, this one full marks. A lot of P3, P4 kids get full marks. Can you imagine they learn these kind of skills in P3, P4? They really just, like, I have a P4 student. She writes better than P6 students. She trashed all the P6 students in writing. This girl got AL1 for English, got into CEDA girls. Yeah, very powerful. Okay, this method is very powerful. Okay, so do as many past year paper as possible, go through answers and repeat. It doesn't work because the child is not acquiring any skills, and is maybe just honing the bad practices. So he's actually practicing the bad methods or the wrong skills. Composition writing, memorize so many phrases, do many compos, and then here's another thing which I wish I had more time to talk about. Mark and give generic feedback. This one really gets on my nerves. When I see a student's compo with vocab can be improved, read more books. Is your child getting feedback like this? If your child getting feedback like this, type frustrated in the chat box. Improve your grammar, improve your vocab, read more books. This is like the worst feedback ever. Okay, I remember the weather introduction and seeing feedback like that. I realized, like, I gathered the teachers together, like, hey, we got to do something about this. Can we create a proper writing course? Okay, let's create a proper writing course. And then that's how we created the writing summary system, because we see all these problems, we cannot stand it. The child is not honing new skills. Go to a tuition center, just write compos week after week, memorize grocery list of phrases. Tonight, How many skills? How many skills have you picked up already? So many skills within like about what, 2 hours? Yeah. Imagine your kid every week, 1.5 hours. How many skills can they pick up? Teach the skill, deconstruct the skill, comprehension, annotation, pick out keywords, how to reference, how to choose relevant points, how to paraphrase, how to construct the sentence. Okay, deliberate practice. Okay, so once we deconstruct the skill, we are going to practice the skill. Practicing the skill, like you need to know what skill we are doing first before you practice. And of course, there's the guided, targeted, focus, engage, discussion kind of practice, which is what we are doing today. We discuss how to describe our spouse, okay? I install some knowledge on what's a simile. I tell you to focus on details. I guide you along, okay? This is deliberate practice. It's not just, hey, everybody just write similes. No, that's not deliberate practice. That's not targeted, that's not focused, that's not engaged. Okay, so you need to be a bit more targeted. Next one, feedback and common mistakes. So nobody is going to get it right the first time. Some of your similes are not acceptable, especially Roy's one. Totally unacceptable. Speaking for his wife, totally unacceptable. Okay, so you got to ask yourself, what went wrong? How could I write it better? Okay, is there any recurring errors? And in English, there's a lot of recurring errors appearing in your child's writing. How do I stop the recurring error? How do I correct the misconception? Once you acquire skills, once you practice, once you get feedback, you continue honing or you continue acquiring more skills, you practice more, you get more feedback, you continue honing, you follow this cycle, you get results like that. Okay, this girl Le Xian, she went from AL4 to AL2. When I taught her, her comprehension was single digits. Okay, from single digits, jump to AL2. Her closed passage, also single digits, jump to I think double digits. If not, there's no way you can get AL2. Okay, what else? This boy called Tenzin, very cute one in my class. The hair like always got like just step out from an explosion like that. I always call him explosive hair boy. From AL4 jump to AL2. There's a big fat jump. Sophia, AL4 jump to AL2, compo writing and English. Okay, and this parent, and this is another secret of top parents. I share with you. This kid got AL1. I think the name is Carice, or I can't remember the name. Not from my class, in one of my teacher's class. AL1. So other than learning the skills, right, she know how to make use of Great Solutions Homework Helper, which is a service we provide. She made use of the smart learning platform, which if I got time, I'll share with you. Okay, and she jumped to AL1. How I tell who's going to do well, I just log into the Adapt IQ platform and see who's being hardworking over there. The ones inside there are gaining, using the platform, they're gaining a lot of skills. One more case study to let you know what is possible. This is Xavier. This is the Malaysian family I was talking about. Whole family speaks Chinese. Okay, I heard the parents, I spoke to the parents before. Whole family speaks Chinese. Xavier, right, has been getting like 50 marks, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55 for English his whole life because there's nobody teaching him English. I think the school lessons not enough also. But after he joined, after he used the methods that I've shared with you tonight, his compo marks went from PT marks to 27 upon 40. What is PT marks? The mom showed me, hey, the composition so pitiful, you know. I look at it, I want to fail the compo, but the teacher gives 20 upon 40 because the teacher pity him. So that's why it's PT marks. Even Xavier himself look at the marks and know the teacher is giving him PT marks, which makes it more demoralizing. Should just fail the kid. He did not get to model compo status like 35, 36, 37 like a lot of our students because his grammar foundation was really very shaky. But with this range, all the other segments, he acquired some skills, he honed the skills, they all improve. This boy from nearly past English jumped to an A. This is like 75 marks and above. Amazing or not? If it's amazing, type wow in the chat box. Okay, the teacher for his class got a big shock. Like, wow, from C to A, 50 to 75 and above is a 25 plus mark jump. Okay, and if people like Elijah, okay, from PRC China can do it, people like Xavier from Malaysia can do it, then our English-speaking kids, okay, in Singapore can do it as well. I haven't shown you the Korean student. Another Korean student got a AL1, went into ACS high. Korean student. Okay, the mom doesn't speak English. Okay, can be done one. The kids are very smart. You just need to install the right skills in their head and hone the skills. Okay, I've shared a lot tonight. What is your biggest takeaway? Please recap everything I've shared about, or type in the chat box. For the sake of everybody, okay, you have been a wonderful audience. Everybody type in the chat box. What are some of the things you learned? Don't say compo writing skills. Be a bit specific, Charlene. Lifting is a problem, right? So paraphrasing, right? Remember the steps of paraphrasing? I got you all to write it down. Let me know the steps of paraphrasing. Thank you. Rephrase, eliminate redundancy. Hey, hang on, I'm going to give some surprises soon. Paraphrasing, forming sentences, okay? Inferential skills. Remember my story about the McDonald's couple? Yeah? McDonald's couple, share the story with your child, or share something similar, like the McDonald's couple. Yeah? Similes, right? Creating similes, it's all about details. Very good Zyton, contextual behavioral language. Okay, the curiosity hook, right? That one is a cheat code. Please forget about weather descriptions. Okay, all right. Most important thing, skills acquisition. Look at learning as skills acquisition, not memorizing, not blind practice. Know the difference. Okay, I'm glad that you all learned a lot of things today. I mentioned the all-in-one Eureka program multiple times throughout this session. Is it okay if I take the next 15 minutes to share more about the Eureka program? If it's okay, type okay in the chat box. All right, okay, thanks parents, thanks Colette, thanks. Okay, this program is not for people whose kids are way too stressed. But honestly speaking, if you go and look at our Great Solution reviews, you will see that the word fun and funny appears a lot of time. Okay, it's one of the most common adjectives to describe our classes. And by the way, today's session, do you find it very stressful, or do you find it like quite fun? But I also want to thank Roy. He made the lesson super fun. And a lot of you, okay, Jigo, a lot of you made it super fun. Funny, right? Fun, right? Okay, so I'm not the only one teaching like that. Okay, Great Solution teachers, right? Our number one motto is to engage. Okay, if we cannot tell jokes, we make sure the kids are engaged. Engaged means they're thinking, they're working, they're solving problem sums, they're learning, they're constantly being challenged. When a child is being engaged, they have no time to feel stressed, they have no time to feel bored. That's the secret of good teaching. You want to find a good teacher? All right, I tell you, go and find a teacher that can engage. If you and your child already satisfy the results, then this program is not for you. Give the space to someone who needs it more than you. And of course, if no such thing as give up hope on your child, right? I really share with you kids from very, from non-English speaking family backgrounds getting the grades they deserve. So everybody here has no excuses, okay? Do you think that, if you think that it is crucial to start early because learning English is a habit, this program is for you. And I can see, based on the fact that you are here with me in January, you are all forward-thinking parents, okay, mostly. Now, if you believe that your child has the potential to do better, I think at the start of the webinar, I said, how many of you think your child has the potential to do better? I think nearly everybody said potential. So this program is for those of you who believe your child has potential to be unlocked. And if you believe in providing more opportunities for your child, this program is for you, because what we are doing is not to spoon feed them. What we are doing is using our resources or whatever we can get from the market to give our child more opportunities in life, get a good school, become a good communicator, all this stuff. We talk about that at the start of the webinar, okay? So when you sign up for the all-in-one Eureka program, you get access to live Zoom lessons, okay? All lessons live on Zoom. We don't have any physical classes, as explained earlier as well. And let me introduce you to the Great Solution English team. Like I said, I'm not a one-man show. We have a strong team behind us. Miss Pepper is in charge of the curriculum. She's teaching secondary classes this year. Miss Awa, Miss Samantha, Miss Jen, Miss Diana, they're all teaching primary school classes, English and creative writing. Yeah, and the awesome thing, and Miss Chang also, her picture is not up here. And the awesome thing is because it's online learning, right? Miss Diana is a Singaporean teacher living in Paris. So she's teaching from Paris as well. So because of online learning, people like her can continue to still teach students back in Singapore. She's ex-NIE, by the way. Miss Pepper also ex-NIE. Miss Chang also ex-NIE. Not ex-NIE, ex-MOE. They're NIE certified, but ex-MOE teachers. Okay, they taught in local schools in Singapore. So Miss Chang is like living in Italy and teaching students back in Singapore as well. So that's the power of online learning. You can get access to talented teachers living abroad, okay, overseas and all that. So this is a Great Solution English team. When you join us, your child is in good hands, okay? All these teachers are super experienced in the English team, okay? Great Solution Chinese team, end of January, Miss Tani is going to join the webinar with me, so I don't feel so lonely just talking to y'all for 2 hours. So Miss Tani will come in and show you how we teach Chinese at Great Solution Learning Center. Miss Doreen and Miss Tani have a wealth of experience. Miss Doreen has been teaching at teaching Chinese tuition in a very famous Chinese tuition center for more than 5 years. Miss Tani herself is an ex-MOE teacher. She recently just left the force to join us, to join our team. So if you've seen both of them teach, right, and honestly speaking, if I think I was a younger child and these two ladies were my teachers, I think my Chinese will get AL1. People won't make fun of my Chinese. You know what people call me? You know what my Chinese teachers last time call me? They call me banana man. Super racist. They say I'm a banana man because my skin is yellow, but I talk like a white person. Super racist. They call me banana man, or they say I eat potatoes. Hokkien, they call it jak kantang. Okay, so if you don't want your child to be potato eating, or you don't want your child to be called banana man like me, please send them to Miss Tani and Miss Doreen. They're in good hands. Great Solution Math team, Miss Elaine, Miss Nelly, Miss Amanda, Mr. Jimmy, my partner at Great Solution Learning Center, Miss Rina and Miss Tan Kwok Heng, they're in the math team. So science team, we got Miss Phyllis, more than 10 years of experience, Miss Elaine, Miss Nelly, Mr. Andy, some of you should know him. He runs the Science Full website. Miss Rina and Dr. Marcus. Okay, we got a lot of other science teachers. Photos still pending. Miss Singni, Miss T, Miss Valerie, and a few more joining us as well. How do we teach English at Great Solution Learning Center? It's not just skills. Skills is just one part of the puzzle. You need actual knowledge. What knowledge? Grammar, rules, and devices. These are must-know knowledge that your child needs to learn by primary 6, because they're not going to teach this in secondary school, and they will test you on all these grammar rules in PSLE. So we'll teach you all the must-know grammar rules for PSLE, and you will realize that it affects all the segments. We'll talk about common mistakes. So a lot of parents always say, hey, my child is making this unique mistake. No, after 12 years of teaching, 11 years of teaching, I can tell you most mistakes that the kids are making are similar. It's a similar mistake again and again, year after year. Assignments and curriculum created in-house, not past year papers. Okay, you can go and download for free. We have structured scaffolded assignments. So if we teach one grammar device, we will show the kid how the grammar device is used in more complex scenarios. So of course, we'll teach skills as well for comprehension. We'll teach skills and exam smarts for closed passage. S&T, you require a lot of skill and lots of knowledge, lots of practice on situational writing, especially kids always mess up the tone. And then of course, we'll teach kids how to understand vocabulary and guess the meaning of vocabulary without knowing the meaning of the words. So that's English. Creative writing, a lot of skills, how to create your own good phrases. Today, you just experience similes. There are more. There's still personification. There's still metaphors. How to write attention-grabbing intros. Today, I just taught you curiosity, hook, and into the action. Again, there's a lot more. Okay, and my friend's daughter, she's using one very powerfully. It's called start with a simple sentence. Okay, we taught that as well. How to end with impact, how to use effective vocab. This one is very powerful. How to add a twist to your story. This one is model compose status kind of technique. And remember I said the kids only write compo once a month, so what do? They do skill-based writing assignments. So if let's say I teach the kids into the action and curiosity hook, the writing assignments are based on into the action and curiosity hook. We will give them scenarios and they're supposed to apply whatever they have learned. Does that make more sense in honing the skill? If it makes sense, type Eureka in the chat box. Right? You don't just teach a skill and say, go and write a compo now. You hone the skill. You get what I mean? So this is how the kids improve so crazy fast. Yeah? You think teach one time, they learn it already? Yeah? No, got to practice curiosity hook a few more times. More scenarios, more topics. So this is what they do every week. Compo test only once a month. Okay? And here's a secret. Don't tell your kids. When they do the skill-based writing assignments, they actually write more than a compo, I tell you. Okay, but they don't feel it. So actually their writing practice is more than a compo. Okay? You find that funny, type LOL, but don't go and tell your kids that. Okay, they don't realize it. They actually write more than a compo. Serious. One assignment is like 100 words. 3 assignments is like 300 words. They're compo writing, like every week they're writing a lot more and it's more useful some more. Okay, so next one. 24/7 homework help. You join the program, it's not just lessons once a week. Our homework helpers are always there to answer any questions related to tuition, schoolwork, everything. You sign up for English, you get English homework helper, math homework helper, science, Chinese, they got their own respective homework helpers. Okay, this homework helper is super. The parents who make use of this service, they really see the benefits. Okay, look at Miss Amanda. She's very grateful for the homework helper who always reply with solutions quickly. And she also makes use of the Adapt IQ platform. Science, AL3 jump to AL1, AL2 jump to AL1. English compo writing improved tremendously. This one I remember the daughter. The daughter was like getting like low 20s, improved tremendously, and then AL2 for PSLE English. Okay, very powerful. All these services combined is very powerful. Detailed marking of assignments. Now, I hate to brag, but this is how good our assignment marking is. This is Miss Helen. She's an ex-school teacher as well, MOE teacher. She sends the kids to us for tuition. She was super amazed when she saw our marking. And then she criticized her child's current school teacher. So this is school teachers criticizing school teacher. She said our marking compared to the school teacher is a big difference, okay? And this woman is comparing about our feedback versus other tuition centers, how they give feedback, and other tutors, how they give feedback. And a lot of people say like, oh, we wish we signed on earlier. So you know how compositions, they always mark with an SP, they underline SP, W, you know, they give all those acronyms and then they don't really tell you what to do. How many of you like feel frustrated when you see that kind of marking? You just underline, then not very detailed. A bit frustrating, right? Ryan is a student, he's like a bit frustrated. We don't do that. So we put in effort in our marking. Okay, the marking team led by Miss Samantha, one of the English teachers, they will make sure that the child knows what to write. And if your child is high level, we won't spoon feed so much. We will ask guiding questions. If your child is lower level, requires more help, we will spoon feed a little bit more. So even though our classes are big, our marking is personalized to every child. Okay, so big classes, but very personalized service and marking. If you like this marking, type wow in the chat box. If you like this marking, type wow in the chat box. It's not just underline and WW underline SP. Okay. Oh, by the way, this marking is not like something you can find anywhere in the world. One of our parents, one of our customers shared our marking on Xiaohongshu. The post went viral. You know, parents from China are all asking, like, do Singaporean teachers mark like that? And then the mom is like, no, only this Writing Samurai Great Solution teachers, they mark like that. Okay, so this is not normal, not in China, not in Singapore, it's not like that in the whole world. Okay, so yeah. What else? Oh yeah, so on top of that, other than good marking, you get access to this Adapt IQ Smart Learning platform. What is this platform about? Inside the platform, we have vocabulary questions, grammar questions, PSLE-based questions, that will test your child's understanding of all the must-know PSLE rules. So after they get a question wrong, or whether they get it correct or wrong, they will see the explanation written in detail. All this edited, curated by Miss Pepper and the whole curriculum team. So when your child learns vocabulary, they will not just learn the meaning, they also learn the context and how to apply the vocabulary and the degree of intensity. And not only that, it will show you your strengths and weaknesses. So you know specifically which part of grammar is weak. And then if the bar graph is very low for past perfect tenses, you just do more past perfect tenses. If the bar graph is very low for passive voice, you just do more passive voice. Okay, every month the teachers will create an exam. Okay, so like let's say this month we teach passive voice. We'll create an exam on passive voice. Okay, and this is how improvements look like in real life. These two girls, they were doing a passive voice test. Passive voice is one of the hardest grammar devices to master in English. So the first time they do the test, 56%, 40%, okay? They didn't do very well, they failed, okay? The second time they do the test, and the system is very smart, it won't pick the same questions again. It will pick different questions, testing the same skill. You get what I mean? So they don't see the same question twice unless they got it wrong the previous time. The second time they do the test with different questions, but still testing on passive voice, From 40% jump to 76%. Okay, this one 56% jump to 72%. From fail jump to a nice pass. I think they do it a third time, they probably go to 80, 90%. Now, a lot of the students you see, right, who improve to AL2, AL1, right, they're making use of this platform. So this is what improvements look like, okay? If again, you find this pretty impressive, you can type nice in the chat box, okay? This is how improvements look like. It's not motivation lah, mindset lah, whatever, rah-rah lah. No. Targeted, practice, specific, scientific, actual quantifiable data. You can see it in front of your own eyes, okay? So it's not just join some motivational course and then improve, that kind of rubbish. That one is rubbish, all right? This one is real stuff. Okay, so surprise bonus for you. For the first 20 signups, okay, for tonight, the fast action takers, you'll get these fast action bonuses, previous 3 months of notes and replays, previous 3 months of replay videos, and all the notes and assignments. You can watch the videos, you can submit the assignments, we'll mark them for you. You can send in your latest exam paper, last exam paper to us, and we'll review it for you. Okay, so first, these are the fast action bonuses for the first 20 signups. On top of that, we will throw in this top model compositions book with detailed analysis. Okay, you must sign up for either English or creative writing to get this top model compositions book. Inside the book, we don't just show you model compose, we show you the techniques and the skills that the students have used so that your child knows like, oh, this one is using show not tell skill. Oh, this one is talking about unique perspective. Oh, this one is figurative language. And there are some explanations by the side. Of course, there will be good phrases and vocabulary highlighted as well. If you're interested in getting this book, I'm interested in the chat box. Yeah, it's an awesome book. So at least you don't just read the story for fun. You know the exact techniques being used. Curiosity hook, twist, conclusion, all this, all right, inside this book. Not so in popular, only ebooks. A great solution. Okay, so to add up everything, we are providing a lot of stuff in this all-in-one Eureka program. Live online lessons, homework help, very, very detailed marking of assignments and feedback, smart learning platform access, okay? You sign up for English and creative writing, you get access to English and creative writing. You sign up for math, you get access to the math questions, science questions. Chinese, not yet, we're still building up the Chinese team over there. Okay, so you get fast action bonuses, previous 3 months notes and assignments, replay videos, exam paper review. All in all, the total value of everything we are offering today is $2,000. But obviously, we are not going to charge you $2,000 tonight. But what if you spend $2,000 and all this program did for you was to get your child into his or her dream school? Would it be worth it? If you spend this $2,000 and all this did for you was to help your child improve by 10 to 15 marks, would it be worth it? If you think it's worth it, type yes in the chat box. Okay? All the values stack up together again. Online lessons, 24/7 homework helper, Adam IQ. Thank you, Charlize. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Biraj. Everything. I think Dream School is super worth it, lah. Come on. Don't hold back, lah. Dream School. Total value is $2,000, but like I said, we will not be charging $2,000 for this program because you have been such a good audience. We want to give you a special discount. If you're excited by this discount and you want to seriously qualify for this discount, please type serious in the chat box. Please type serious in the chat box. I want to identify all the serious parents. Okay, Alan, Ken, Biraj, RG. All right, awesome, Roy, HC. Okay, Sue. Okay, so for the super serious parents, the price, the discounted price is $300 a month. But wait, we want to give you an even better offer. And to qualify for this offer, right, we need to strike a deal. Okay. So if you can strike a deal, type deal in the chat box. I give you a better offer, can strike a deal, type deal in the chat box. It comes with a catch. I never say what's the deal. You all say deal already. What if the deal is donate your kidney? No, it's not donate your kidney. Okay, so the deal is this. If you, whying like deal, kidney for Dream School, let's go. Now, the deal is this. If your child benefits from the program, would you be so kind to give us a long, big, fat Google testimonial so that we can showcase and show off that testimonial in future webinars or on Google itself? If you can do that, type deal in the chat box. And hopefully, seriously, I want to see all your testimonials in my next webinar. I want you all to be my next success stories. Okay, so ready? The super special discount offer for tonight is $167 only. Okay, this is per subject. This is monthly. All right. So if you want to lock in your fast action bonuses, because there's only 20, please type Eureka in the chat box. And once you type Eureka, please, it's not the end. After you type Eureka, oh yeah, Li Jing and Jimmy can help take note of the people who type Eureka so we can lock in the bonus offers for them. So lock in the bonus offers for Sue, Biraj, and Ken first while I teach you how to sign up. Okay, so click on the link. If you scroll up, Li Jing has provided the link. You will come to this page. Okay, you'll come to this page. This is our primary school registration page. I don't think there's any secondary school people here tonight, right? If you want to register for secondary school kids, let us know. We'll send you a different page. So click on the sign up now button. Select the level. Okay, so P5, select P5. Select the course that you want to join. If you want to join English, you join English. If you want to join creative writing, you join creative writing. Do take note that English classes, we do situational writing and everything else in paper 2, except oral. Creative writing, we touch on composition writing. These two are separate. Okay, clear? Oral course, we will update more. You want an oral program and all that, we'll update more at a later date. Because right now, if you train oral, your kid's just going to forget everything. So closer towards PSLE oral, we will have an option for you to join an intensive oral course. Okay, so I say again, English lessons, we cover situational writing and all the paper 2 stuff. Creative writing class, we cover compo writing. Okay, once you select your course, click on search. And we got lots of time slots for you. So if you want English, you can choose English. You want creative writing, you choose creative writing. Okay, select the time slot suitable for you. Click on the register button. If you have signed up for something with us before, like you joined like an intensive class or something, all right, just enter your mobile number. Okay, if you have an existing account. Okay, got siblings or what, just enter your mobile number and your password. Forget your password, click on forget password, and please check your spam. If you are a totally new parent, quite a lot of you are new parents tonight, click on I am new, and then you got to fill in a bit more details. Password, re-enter password, put your child's name and put your level, and then you just click sign up. The fast action bonuses will be given to you tomorrow. Okay, so our admins, Li Jing and the other admins will email the fast action bonuses for you. Oh yeah, questions please ask in the Q&A. The chat box is going to get very messy already. I'm not even looking at the chat box now because it's kind of messy already. Okay, and I'm going to let Jimmy go through the FAQs for you while I go for a quick toilet break. Yeah, Jimmy, you can take over.
Okay, sure. Hi, parents. My name is Jimmy. I'll be helping Jerry to go through the FAQs. Okay, he'll be back shortly. So many parents ask us whether can my child keep up the lessons, right? Firstly, we all our teachers, right, will stay back after class to help our child one-to-one. So do not worry that your child falls behind or can't follow the class, right? Because after teaching the class for so long, right, we know who exactly are the children who need more help. So usually we ask them to stay back one-to-one so that we can guide them. And on top of that, right, we also provide 24/7 help. So you don't have to wait until the lesson time before asking the teacher questions. Anytime that you need help, right, simply just take out your phone and take a picture of the things that you don't understand and WhatsApp home helper. Okay, and we will get back to you within one day. Okay, now for the second one, right, can my child concentrate in a large class? Okay, definitely can, right, because we have very, very good ways to handle class sizes online, right? We will mute the chat where we are teaching to make sure that there's no spam, all right? And then when we need participation, then we will unmute the chat, all right? Then we also ask your child questions to make sure your child can focus in class, right? We also play videos and also play, sometimes we play competitive games like Kahoot to make sure that the students stay engaged and focus in class. Okay, and that's the reason why despite our class size become larger and larger, the results for our students just get better and better. Okay, and that's because it's more for the teaching methods and the teachers that's more important compared to the class size. Now, thirdly, will it be too stressful for your child? Definitely no, right? It's the start of the year. I'm sure all of you parents agree that now your child is feeling too relaxed, right, from the holiday, right? Your child needs a bit of kickstart, right? The engine are rusty already, right? Because played too much during the holiday. All right. So now is the perfect time to start. Okay. You will not be too stressful. Definitely to be homework, but homework there will not be a lot. It'll be just nice for your child to finish. And as I mentioned before, our teachers have very good way to engage your child, such that lessons will be very fun and enjoyable for your child. And lastly, is it too late for your child to join? Definitely no. Right now it's January. So if you join now, you have a 1 year runway. All right, not 1 year. I mean, if your child is P6, then probably only 9 months. Okay, so in these months to the final exams, right? If you join now, then an earlier time, right, you will start to see improvement in your child. Okay, so it's definitely not too late. Okay, we have helped many children before, and now is a perfect time for your child to join. Okay, Jerry.
Yeah, so another common concern that a lot of parents have is your classes are so big. So how big are our classes? Our classes can go from like the primary school classes, creative writing classes especially, it can go from like single digits to like maybe 50 packs, or some classes can even hit 60 packs. But again, we know how to control the chat box, and we know how to engage the kids. So for example, if the class is a typically noisy class, would like to type a lot, the kids, we will turn the chat box into private so that we can read the messages, but the students won't get spammed by the messages. But once in a while, we will have to unmute the chat box, right? And let them type to everyone, because sometimes we need the engagement and we need to make the class more lively. Okay, and if the class is big, you don't have to worry. Like I said, the services we provide are very personalized. The marking is personalized to the student submission. And Adapt IQ, right, the smart learning platform, is personalized towards the kids as well. So the system is quite smart. If your child is struggling with the easy questions, they will give your child more easy questions. If your child is doing all the easy questions very well, the system will serve your child more difficult questions. So that Adapt IQ smart learning platform is personalized to your child as well. If you want to look for feedback, just write into us and we will give very, very detailed feedback. Okay? And we don't just give like, oh, your child is very quiet, your child is well behaved, your child is doing well. We don't give the kind of generic feedback. So this is Miss Su Ting. She asked for feedback on her child's progress, and she was pleasantly surprised to see a very detailed, meticulous progress report from the center, detailing strengths, weaknesses, areas of improvements. Okay, so the marker, right? Okay, the head marker will scour through all the assignments submitted by your child, compare the first assignment and the last assignment, and look at the progression and look for recurring mistakes along the way. Okay, and highlight the areas of improvements to you. And at the same time, we will get the feedback from the class teacher. So the class teacher can say like, oh, he's engaged in class, he's very responsive, he's very enthusiastic. Okay, so after that, we will compile it into an email and send it back to you. Okay, so this kind of feedback is, I think, more valuable than just asking the teacher, hey, how's my child doing? Because honestly speaking, a teacher in class can't really gauge much from a child's behavior in class. The child can act like they understand, but then the assignments can show that they don't understand. So getting your kids to submit assignments like to have the discipline to do homework and submit is very important. So later on, we can collect the feedback. Then we can trace improvements. Okay, so do take note of that. Yeah, I'm going to go through the Q&A in a few seconds time, but maybe you're going to announce the winner of the most positive, most participative student. Yeah, Li Jing, so you can let us know the winner in the chat box. And the winner for most positive and participative award goes to Ryan Pei. I also think so. Okay, thank you, Ryan, for winning. WhatsApp us your email and details, and we will give you the account on writingsamurai.com. Okay, Ryan, are you there? Or did you go to sleep already? I think it's gone, man. There's another Ryan, but it's not Ryan Pei. Okay, never mind. All right, let's go to Q&A. Let's go to the Q&A. But before I go to the Q&A, Jimmy, how many fast action bonuses left?
Okay, out of the 20, 12 are taken up already. Left the last 8. All
right. Okay, we still see quite a number of parents over here. I'm going to throw in like 7 more fast action bonuses. So make it 15. Okay, 7 more fast action bonuses. I'm not going to give any more already because it's quite tedious to send one by one. Okay, so SC is asking, does paraphrase mean we need to change the wording significantly? No, as I showed you, the keywords remain the same. We just need to spend more time removing redundancy. Okay, and then after that, we just form a sentence using the keywords that are left behind. So you don't have to change the wording significantly. Only in secondary one, then you have to do that. Crystal is saying, online classes usually involve many students. How do your teachers ensure that each student is given sufficient attention and taught in their own pace? So the lessons, right? So this thing about what? Teach at your own pace and all that stuff, right? Honestly, the lessons are created in such a way where advanced students will be given tougher objectives, okay? And the students who are weaker will definitely be given way more encouragement. So the important thing is not the teaching of the lesson. The important thing is later when your kids submit the assignment is the feedback personalized, okay? Because the lesson is just going to be the content. This is what we're going to learn. Today we're going to learn curiosity hook, this, and all that, okay? So the lesson, think of it as downloading the information. So when your child does the homework, that's when the application comes out. And then after that, from the marking, your child, you can tell, and your child, when he does the corrections, will start to improve based on the feedback. Okay, got it? And the submission of assignment is the one that determines the pace. It's not really the lesson. And by the way, if let's say the kid is struggling with the lesson, we will definitely stay back. Okay, we will definitely stay back to answer all the questions. Okay, so yeah, we ensure that no child is left behind. But submission of assignments is the most important thing when you talk about attention and pace. Okay? Oh yeah, and by the way, every single question we'll read. Yeah, so don't worry. We have taught like holiday classes go up to 100 before. We have no problems. We could answer all the questions. Yeah, we could answer all the questions. Okay. Maggie is asking, is there a lot of questions for students to keep practicing daily on the Adapt IQ platform? Yeah, there are a few thousand questions inside. Daily questions, is it like 5 or 10 for a kid every day? Maggie is asking. Yeah, you can put more if you want to, but we weren't recommending putting so much, so many questions. If not, they're going to get very stressed out. So I think 5 per day, 10 per day is pretty okay. We want to make it like small bite-size. We want to make it small bite-size practice, so they don't feel too stressed out. Okay, consistency is more important. 5 every day adds up to a lot after 1 month. If I get the top compo 1 and 2, can I get the Chinese phrases? Ken is asking. Yeah, you can buy the Chinese phrases. Yeah, the Chinese phrases are for sale on the Great Solution website. Sorry, on the Writing Samurai website. Oops. It's only $4.99, so just go and get it if you want to. Okay, this is if you want to buy the Chinese phrases, ebooks, and all that. Yes, Alan, the fees are 167 per month per subject. Okay, 167 per month per subject. So you sign up for English, 167. You sign up for creative writing, another 167. I understand it used to be video recording, G is asking. Now it's all Zoom. I think in the introduction, I stated already. Writing Samurai are pre-recorded courses. Okay, because I recorded the courses, right? I'm not going to delete it. I spent 5 years recording courses. So this is the pre-recorded courses. Okay, Great Solution are live Zoom classes. Why is it live Zoom classes? Because I explained at the start, after the pandemic, we realized we got a lot of students joining for live Zoom classes. So we decided to just transition. We just turned Great Solution into a live Zoom class provider. Okay, pre-recorded classes, what's the difference? Pre-recorded classes, we're still using the same strategies and methods, don't worry. But I can tell you the interaction may not be as high as the interaction and engagement may not be as high as a live Zoom class. Like today's class, I think was quite interactive for a lot of you. Okay, so you won't get the kind of interaction in the pre-recorded class, but pre-recorded is cheaper, right? Pre-recorded classes are cheaper. Live Zoom classes, You pay a little bit more, but you get more services. Okay, but I think the services are worth it. You count the services in, I think it's like a good steal, man. Withdrawal clause, withdraw, you just log in and click withdraw. Okay, so you just need to withdraw before your credit card is charged at the next date. So it's all shown in your account. So if you find it unsuitable, just go in and withdraw or just message your admin withdraw. But do it before the next payment date. Payment's on the 23rd of every month. Yeah, go and check your account. It's all shown in your account. Okay. Yiling is asking, can my P3 child catch up if he only signs up in the 2024 second half? Depends on your child. You can join now, right? If you want to wait until beginning of P4 to join, can then you got to catch up with the P3 students who join now, Yiling. That one is the truth. The kids who started 1 year earlier definitely going to be way better than the kids who join in P4. Like I said, that's why I got P4 students who write better than my P6 students. Yeah, so that's the truth. Like there's no shortcut on. Yeah. So we don't do any trial classes because I think our webinar is trial enough. And we have a lot of free content, free materials online for primary school already. So no trial classes for primary school. And honestly speaking, your child needs more than one trial class to get used to it. You send your kid to a childcare center. Do they provide you with trial classes? No, they don't. Because why? Young children need some time to get used to a new mode of learning, a new environment. Okay? No minimum number of months to sign up. 167 is for 1 month. Okay, you want to cancel, you can cancel anytime. The materials will be distributed through your account. Okay, once you sign up in the Great Solution portal, okay, you can get access to the materials over there. And again, all these will be shown to you after you sign up. So don't need to worry about all these logistical details. Okay. Are there any issues with the payment? Anyone else having issues with the payment? Yeah. So Jimmy and Li Jing, please get to HC. If anyone else have issues with the payment, let us know. You already have top model compo 1 and 2. Can I get the Chinese phrases instead? Yeah, can, sure. Sure, can. Once you sign up, right, let us know. Let us know your name. I'm Ken from last night, blah, blah, blah. I already told Jerry and he said Ken. So drop an email. Remember to state your name, Ken. Then we'll send it to you. No problems. Yes, Maggie, all these are in ebook format. All the prizes are in ebook format. A few sessions has already started. Oh, yeah, all the lessons already started already. Please join now, don't miss out. Yeah, so, and by the way, we have makeup, you can do makeup classes within the week. And again, if you can't do the makeup classes, you can always watch the replay videos. Okay, so there are many ways to perform the makeup classes. Okay, all right, that's it. Any more questions? If no more questions, I'm going to call it a night already. No more questions, I'm going to call it a night already. Okay. Okay, that's it. Anything else I miss out, Jimmy? HC, you can contact the WhatsApp.
Yeah. Okay, HC, we'll take note of your number. I will WhatsApp you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll WhatsApp you tomorrow, but don't worry, we'll lock in the bonus for you, HC. Okay, that's it. Good night. Good night, everyone. Have a great 2024. I had a great time teaching all of you. Bye.
Bye-bye.